Good morning, everyone. We're glad that you could join us on this lovely day of weather we've had the past few days, at least here on the East Coast. So we're glad to see so many of you joining. I think we had 47 registered, Mark. So that's all good to see. So basically, the farm business planning workshop is one of the topics that ranked highest in a training needs survey we did with membership earlier this year. So based on that, we have a fantastic lineup of presenters here for you today. So the only other thing is we encourage you to ask questions. So please raise your hand if you'd like to do so. And of course, you can always take note of the presenter's contact information so you can contact them down the road. And of course, you can always contact Mark or I. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Mark.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. We're happy you could join us. As you can see, if you had a look at your schedule, we're going to start the day with a session about the process of land acquisition, which is an important topic everybody's interested in. So we're happy to have joining us today Jeremy Short, who is the Director of Land Management with the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands, and also Tara Morgan, who's the Director of Crown Lands with the department. So if you're ready, Jeremy and Tara, we can hand it over to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, like you said, my name is Jeremy Short. I'm the director responsible for the Land Management Division, and my office is located in Corner Brook. I heard a lot of people are buried, so we're very fortunate, I think. Buried in snow, sorry, out in St. John, so we're very fortunate to be able to attend this virtually. I believe we're just waiting for Tara to join, because she has the slide deck, so she's going to walk through it. But I guess I could just give you a little bit of background about myself. I started my career working at various capacities in the forestry branch. I've been with the department since 2011. And I've been working in a management role in this division since 2019. So I'm very familiar with our programs and services. And I just want to say thanks for the opportunity to have a discussion about agricultural land acquisition in the province.
How's this? Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. Thanks.
Great.
Good morning.
That's it. All right. So can I just share my screen? Is that how this works, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
That's all good.
All right. You can see that there?
Yeah, perfect.
All right. So I'm just going to minimize this in the corner and go from there. All right.
Tara,
So
I just hopped on and introduced myself. I'm not sure if you were on there then, but yeah, take it away. Okay.
No, perfect. I apologize. I was a couple of minutes late. I was having a little bit of login issue, but I'm happy to be here. It's nice to see so many people joining. So my name is Tara Morgan. I am the director responsible for the Crown Lands Division. I work in Corner Brook, like Jeremy said. I'm right next door to him. I started with the Crown Lands Division in 2017 after about 15 years with the agriculture sector in both the Federation of Agriculture for a short time and then with the province, mostly working on environmental and land use kind of issues. So I'm very happy to be here today talking about the Crown Lands side of things, but my work still brings me very closely to the Land Management Division and working with Jeremy so that we can get lands, Crown lands, into the hands of farmers and producers. So I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Thanks, Tara. So I just wanted to include this slide to illustrate that there's 3 divisions in the Crown Lands branch under the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands. So it's no coincidence that land management is integrated into this branch because we're responsible for providing resources and higher level planning expertise that utilize an integrated resource management approach to identify and mitigate land use conflicts between competing values in the province. That in a nutshell is a really fancy way of saying that we identify and protect farmland. This division is responsible for, we're the direct point of contact, I should say, between producers and government with respect to agricultural lands. We assist other departments and stakeholders that require assistance with the higher level planning lens and the higher level planning files, that don't necessarily fit the category of a Crown Lands application or an environmental assessment registration, which we'll get into a little bit later. But essentially, this division has 2 sections. We have an allocation and planning section, and we have an agricultural land section. So we receive over 2,000 land development proposals per year. So we have a complement of planners that review all proposals in the province, and we make recommendations to the branch and the department with a lens on protecting agricultural lands. And our agricultural land section has a complement of specialists that are responsible for the delivery of the programs and services to support the industry today. And I'll get into our programs and services a little later, but in a nutshell, we got a wide range of responsibilities. Our planning staff protect agricultural lands to support future industry growth, and our agricultural land staff provide services to support today's industry requirements. And I'll pass it over to Tara to give an overview of her division.
Thanks, Jeremy. So Crown Lands Division, well, I guess before I start, you'll notice that Jeremy had mentioned that there was 3 divisions within the branch. The 3rd division is GIS and mapping. Todd Strickland isn't presenting today. They don't do a ton specifically or directly with agriculture, but they're kind of, they do a lot of work kind of behind the scenes with our data management for forestry, agriculture, lands. They were the brains behind the wildland fire dashboards, if you'd seen them, and the COVID dashboards and that sort of thing. So we work closely with them on the data and mapping side of things. So specifically, though, for my division, the Crown Lands division is, like Jeremy said, part of the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands. And we are responsible essentially for the management and allocation of Crown lands in the province. And we do this for the continuous social and economic benefit of the province, both now and kind of in the future. A lot of people don't realize, but over 80% of the province's land are Crown lands. And they make up a huge resource for the province, not only for economic growth, starting of businesses, residential enjoyment and recreation. We support environmental and social sustainability through some of the planning activities that Jeremy's shop also supports to protect resources for future generations, whether that's sensitive habitat or agricultural lands. And also we can't forget that we do have the added bonus of being able to generate revenue for the province because lands are a resource. But not to worry, the agricultural rentals are quite low. So with regards to our structure, we have offices across 3 regions. We have offices in St. John's, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, Happy Valley, Goose Bay, and Corner Brook. There's also an office in Clarenville, but it's temporarily being served out of St. John's. And I guess what we do, our primary role, and I guess what a lot of people think that we do is process applications, and we absolutely do. It's the biggest part of what we do. We accept and process over 2,000 applications a year. We take upwards of 40,000 inquiries per year on a small inquiries line. We offer 10,000 appointments per year. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we do besides process applications and in support of processing applications. So besides the processing of applications, we also administer Crown land leases and licenses. We respond to applications under the Quieting of Titles Act to the court and represent the Crown's interest in proceedings around those. We also investigate land requests and conflicts at times. We review and report illegal occupation. Like I said, we do a lot of public inquiries, and to kind of keep track of all of this, we manage our portion of the Land Use Atlas, and we also offer the Crown Lands Registry, not to be confused with the Registry of Deeds, but we maintain our own registry as well. And we work with other departments and stakeholders like the Federation of Agriculture, like Corner Brook Pulp and Paper, like Land Management Division, to kind of ensure appropriate and allocation and management of Crown lands wherever we could support such.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. I think that was a really interesting point that over 80% of the province is actually Crown land. So I guess us as government officials and representatives of government departments, it allows us to have an opportunity to work and consult with, interdepartmental working groups to come to a consensus on the allocation of Crown lands for different types of proposals. So that's a really good point. This slide here is just outlining some of the programs and services that we deliver through the agricultural land section. So the first one was the Access Roads and Electrical Program that maintains over 300 kilometers of road, which supports over 500 producers throughout the province, both in Newfoundland and Labrador. We also implement the Property Tax Exemption Program, and essentially that's designed to provide tax relief to eligible producers with lands that are located within a municipality. And the intent of the program essentially is to encourage owners of idle agricultural lands to put it in production and potentially be eligible for property tax relief. We also facilitate the Land Consolidation Program, which is going to be a primary topic for a discussion later about acquiring lands. This is designed to purchase private lands and reallocate as a Crown land lease. It builds our Crown agricultural lands inventory. And the next one, I just mentioned the Environmental Farm Planning Program. So this is a cost shared program between Agriculture Business Development and Land Management Division and the federal government. This provides an opportunity to assess the potential environmental risk associated with farming operations, and it gives an opportunity for the producer to develop an action plan and adopt beneficial management practices to reduce this risk and get an opportunity to acquire an environmental certificate. And you have to have an environmental certificate to be eligible for various funding programs here in the province. So the compliance program sometimes is controversial, but we put a lot of work into it over the last couple of years to kind of, establish the framework for procedural fairness. And we have different procedures established for inspecting leases, but this is a primary responsibility for the agricultural land section to conduct inspections on issued Crown land leases. As I said, we put a lot of effort into revamping the program. We want producers to know. So firstly, I guess recognizing there's a lot of titles issued out there that were issued many years ago. So the title conditions might not be relevant to today's industry. So we wanted to develop a comprehensive framework to provide producers an opportunity to consult with the department. If what they proposed to do 25 years ago was not consistent with what the demands are for today, we wanted to give them an opportunity to work with us to establish new farm development plans and commercial farm business plans with new objectives and goals that we can monitor over the next 5 years. So now we've provided them an opportunity to establish a new benchmark and timelines to work towards from an operational perspective to achieve lease compliance. We also provide services with respect to conducting soil surveys to determine the soil suitability of an area to support producers from a landscape and crop planning perspective. This assesses things, like I said, from a landscape perspective. We look at rooting depth, slope, drainage, and the presence of cobblestones and boulders. So I mentioned that one second last because our land use planning program and the soil survey program complement each other. Because the two main considerations in trying to acquire lands, I guess, firstly, are the lands available and are the soils suitable? If the lands aren't available and it's not suitable, then it's of no value for future agricultural developments. So I strongly recommend any new entrant or existing farmer looking to acquire additional lands consult with land management prior to applying, so we can provide some assistance to determine whether or not it's available or if it's suitable. So yeah, it's a brief summary of the programs and services that we offer. So I guess the next slide is how does somebody go about acquiring land for agriculture, but I don't know if anybody has any specific questions for me before we move on. I don't know how I would see it unless you just spoke up, but if not, we can.
If anybody has a question, you could just raise your hand and we could go that way.
Oh,
doesn't look like it.
Okay, sorry guys, I got some technical issues. 1 second. Okay, back in action. So Crown land applications. So this is kind of where we overlap with Terra Shop and my shop. So one option is to submit a Crown lands application for a particular parcel of land. So as I just mentioned, I strongly encourage applicants to consult with us prior to submitting an application for agriculture to determine if the land's available and suitable. And we can provide some guidance with respect to the specialists that you would need to consult with within the department to help you with your farm business plan, to help you with your farm plan. And we're kind of like the catch-all for agricultural inquiries. We try to, make it a priority with respect to Crown land applications that come in. So we like to work with people before they actually apply to ensure that what they're proposing is actually feasible. So as you can appreciate, there are many government departments and stakeholders that could have a vested interest or have identified values on the land base. So that's why we'll help them complete a comprehensive review of the proposal and make recommendations with the best information that we have available with respect to land use conflicts and to see if we can propose mitigations. So as well, I just mentioned it, but all applications must include a 5-year farm development plan and a commercial farm business plan. So these plans will be completed in conjunction with an agriculture development officer to ensure that the proposal is operationally and financially feasible. So we make our staff available to ensure that applicants are fully aware of any challenges, limitations, or improvements that will be required to improve the success of the proposal before they submit an application.
So for the assignment of an existing agricultural lease, I guess before I just mentioned that, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. But just so that everybody's aware, for agricultural use, we offer Crown leases, which are long-term, up to 50-year leases for agricultural production. And we also offer licenses. Licenses are usually not necessarily given for like individual farms, but possibly for like pasture areas or parcels of land that are really big, or small scale farming. But generally speaking, agricultural producers using Crown lands will find themselves in a lease agreement. So once you have an agricultural lease, you manage your lease and the land kind of within it, kind of as you would as if it was your own, subject to the conditions applied to the title. But if you decided that you wanted to retire, or if somebody else was wanting to retire, you can also take on existing leases, and this is what an assignment is. So it's sometimes referred to as a transfer of an existing agricultural lease or license, but we refer to them as assignments in our legislation. And it's where you would take on an existing lease or license from somebody else. I'll explain a little bit more about this process a little bit later on. But depending on kind of where the location is, or the other lands that might be available to you, it can in some cases be a faster way of obtaining or getting on land. And depending on the arrangement that you have with the existing leaseholder, it can also be pretty valuable as part of like a succession plan for that person, or even a knowledge or skill transfer arrangement. But I'll talk a little bit about assignments later on.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And I mean, that's something that somebody would entertain if they were selling their farm, or like Tara mentioned, succession planning, passing the farm down to their children and things like that. The next point is the request for a proposal process. So our department has a policy that requires all non-virgin agricultural land to be advertised through an RFP. So this consists of former leases that have been canceled and returned to the Crown, or land consolidation properties. And we advertise these on the government website to solicit applications from proponents looking to acquire additional lands. All proposals are reviewed by a regional selection committee, and the proposal that demonstrates the best utilization of the land base will be issued a Crown land lease. So the selection committee is representatives from multiple divisions within this department, and they assess all the applications, essentially looking at the commercial viability, the applicant's need for additional lands, the degree to which the additional land will improve the viability of the existing farm operation, the management and use of the applicant's existing land base, if it's applicable, if they're already farming a particular property. They look at markets and quotas available to the farm, and they look at the proximity of the land to the applicant's farm, if that's applicable, of course. So overall, they look at the proposed management and use of the additional land and make a recommendation on the most suitable proposal. And next to that, as I mentioned, the land consolidation program, I briefly touched on it earlier, but basically it's designed to purchase private lands from retiring farmers and non-farmer landowners to make it available for new and existing farmers. Again, these lands, our policy dictates these lands are advertised through an RFP, and the most suitable application will be eligible to acquire title to the land. So just a note, the program is not a cost recovery initiative. It's intended to alleviate some of the financial pressures associated with acquiring agricultural lands. There's no requirement for the successful applicant to reimburse the department with the costs associated with the purchasing the property. The only requirement is that they'd have to reimburse us with the costs associated with the legal land surveys. And interesting, Tara just mentioned the 50-year leases. So we were at the symposium there at the end of January, and it was a person that gave a presentation from Idaho, and they were mind blown that we would issue something for such a long form of tenure and how much support that actually provides the industry to give them land security. And as well, we issue leases with a $4 per hectare per year rental fee, and that's some of the lowest rental rates in the country. Also had down there, you can purchase or rent private land. So that's kind of outside of our jurisdiction, but we just wanted to mention that it is a possibility. And a component of the property tax program assesses lands that are actually private within the municipality. So we work with private title holders that have their lands in production as well. And I'll go to the next slide. So I got to thank Tara for making this fancy slide for me. I don't know if you noticed before that my slides have been pretty basic compared to hers, but she put a little snippet in there, and this is kind of like a demonstration, or sorry, an illustration of where the department advertises properties through the request for a proposal. We upload our properties to this interactive map, and I have a link later that we can share. Each property will have a summary document that includes a description of the land base, the soil suitability tables and maps, as well as any supporting information with respect to the costs that may be associated with the parcel of land.
Okay, so I'm going to take over for Jeremy for a few slides, let him get a breather. Before I though, I want to get into the application process for Crown Lands because it often seems like it's a bit of a mystery to folks, and it's, I mean, certainly government processes sometimes are not the easiest things to follow, but I think if you have a bit of information about the process, it might help if you find yourself applying for Crown Lands. But before I get into the application process, I really wanted to plug our website. So there's a ton of information on it, and I strongly encourage folks to check it out. If you access, so even if you just Google Newfoundland Crown Lands, you'll be directed here. But we do have a pretty easy website. You just go onto the provincial government website and /Crown Lands with an S. If you access the main page, which is the screen kind of you see to your left, you'll see a bunch of buttons, and those are trying to direct folks to the places where they might find the information they're most interested in. So in the case of somebody applying for an agricultural business, if they click on the business or organizational use, they'll get a table, which is what the center slide shows, giving all of the types of applications that we can consider agricultural or business for businesses and organizations, and the types of tenure or whether it's a grant, lease, license, that sort of thing. And there's, of course, at the bottom, there's other. So if somebody finds that what they want to do on Crown Lands isn't in these lists, they always have the ability to consider something else. You'll notice that, and you may not be able to see it on the screen, but close to the top, there is the agricultural purposes listed. And if you were to click on that, then you get a third kind of window that will drop down a bunch of information. So if you forget everything about the application process that we tell you today, don't worry, just go onto our website. All the information is there. There's an application guide, and we also have the inquiries line and support that we can provide you through both my division and Jeremy's division, which will provide the contact information later on for. So the Crown Lands application process, like Jeremy suggested, is really for somebody who's interested in acquiring lands for farming from the Crown. So there's other ways that you can do it, whether it's through an RFP process or just making an application kind of not, I don't want to say out of the blue because there's a lot of thought that goes into it, but an application outside of an RFP process. Or if you're taking over an existing title, you will need to come to the Crown. We're kind of the landlords for this sort of thing. And there is an application and approval process to get titles before you can start kind of working the land and getting on the land. With the exception of taking over a title, there is a full application that is required along with the map. And Jeremy's shop, Land Management Division, offer tremendous support for folks that are going through the application process. And agriculture is one of the only industries that the province kind of offers this personalized one-on-one type support for. So please, if you have any questions at all, you can always reach out to the Crown Lands Division, but really take advantage of the folks in Jeremy's division and your agricultural development officers as well. So in making the application, you will have to have, like Jeremy said, the farm development plan. Links to those are on our website as well. They're a document that kind of explains what it is you want to do over the next 5 years, how you're going to fund it, what types of equipment you might need, and whether or not you're having animals and how many, or other types of planning that you might be doing. The application fee is $172.50, so it's $150 plus HST. And of course, to apply, you will need an internet connection because applications are done through our online application portal, which is linked at the top of our page. Later in the process, if you have it at the beginning of the process, if you're applying in the name of a company, the company will need to be a registered company and good standing in Cato. If you have that information at the beginning of the application process, absolutely submit it. We're going to double check it before we issue any title anyway. But that's something that if you have, you can certainly provide at the beginning. We do take applications for sole proprietorships as well. And that even though it's sole proprietorship, it would still go through an agricultural lease process. So I wanted to break out the mystery of the Crown Lands application process and just kind of show the steps, but also highlight a couple of key areas where attention by an applicant can make a huge difference in how quickly an application proceeds and kind of what happens to it once it kind of goes into this funnel. So agriculture is given a priority within Crown Lands processing. However, we can only move on things as we have completed information. So even before you start considering making the online application, I've got the star kind of put there at the beginning because it's important that you reach out to your agricultural development officer for your area or the land management division, get information, reach out to the federation, try to collect information on what it is you want to do, your business plan, what your goals are, and all that sort of thing. The more information you have at the beginning will help you create a better application. And with a better application, it can go through the process faster. But if something comes up that needs some guidance or kind of some options of, well, have you thought of this? Having that information up front will save time. So it's important that we not only have a complete application, so all of the boxes are filled in, but we also need an application that makes sense, because it's no good if you apply for I don't know, field agriculture when your end goal is really beef production or something like that. So it's easier for us to navigate the system when we have as much information up front. And like I said, there's a ton of resources available to help you do that outside of the Crown Lands Division. So that is one area where if you have a good farm plan, a good business plan, good thoughts on what you want to do, you'll be able to complete the application a lot easier, but also it'll be able to get through the process a lot faster. So once we receive the online application, it goes into an electronic system called Amanda. We create a folder that's basically a file for you. We register it, so we check it to make sure it's complete, and we plot it. So we put it on the land use atlas. Then we will refer the application to both government and non-government agencies, depending on the type of application or the location of it. And this does apply to all Crown Lands applications. There are some areas where we can streamline a little bit, but for the most part, this refers to kind of all applications. When we refer to other agencies, we will send you, the applicant, a list of who we're referring it to. And this is an area where you might be able to help your application along. So we will send you a list of who we're referring it to, along with the contact information for those folks. So there are some cases where a referral agency will need more information about an application, and they will reach out to the applicant. We have seen where applicants reach out to the referral agencies ahead of time, then saving them time kind of getting back and forth to provide the information. But again, going back to the beginning, a completed application or a full application will reduce the need for kind of additional back and forth. But by all means, once you get the list of the referral agencies, if you want to reach out to them, check on the status of the application, check with them to see if they have any questions about what it is you were proposing, and get information, because while Crown Lands Division does process applications, a lot of the terms and conditions of eventual title is directed by these other referral agencies. So having open communication with them early will definitely be helpful for you as well. We do have a 30-day referral response time for agencies. And I got to say, for the most part, they are able to respond that way. There are a couple of areas where we're not able to meet the 30 days. And one of those examples would be like if there's an environmental assessment required for the project, because there's legislated timeframes beyond 30 days for public consultation and that sort of thing. So once we get all of the comments back, or we're beyond the 30 days and we can proceed, we will make a decision on the application. And if it is a decision for a refusal, we will let the applicant know why it's a decision for a refusal. But like I said, if at the beginning you kind of check in with the ADO, check in with Land Management Division, hopefully any of the kinks that might be a reason for a refusal were already worked out. So there shouldn't be a surprise kind of when we get to the final decision piece. If it is an approval, you will be sent an approval letter with conditions that have to be met. Some of those conditions will have to be met prior to title being issued, but some of those conditions are conditions that you will have to meet kind of generally. So another area where it's really important kind of for the applicant to be involved is to kind of read and understand that the conditions of the title and that they are suitable for their plans. And in that letter, and then you may have to have a survey if it's a case of a lease that didn't go through an RFP process, or you may have to have a septic depending on the type of farm plan that you had submitted. But eventually there is title issuance. And it's important, again, that applicants kind of review title documents to make sure that the mapping is correct and that sort of thing. We do all that ourselves, but it's always good to have a second set of eyes on it, especially when it's the applicant that's signing and agreeing to the conditions presented in the title. So for approved applications, kind of what's next? So if an application is approved, like I said, you will get an approval letter. If a survey is required, a survey will be required to be done within 12 months by a registered member of the Association for Newfoundland and Labrador Surveyors. And there might be other conditions, like I said, like a septic design that's required, or maybe an application to a protected road zone or something like that. But all that'll be detailed in the approval letter and conditions attached. So once the survey and primary conditions are met, we will, like I said, draft the title documents and send them to you for signature in return, with the $300 document preparation fee that applies to every Crown Lands application, whether it's for a cabin or a trail or an agricultural lease license, and any development fee that may have been applied through an RFP. But there would be details kind of in the RFP package around that, and if that's applicable. And you would also be responsible for paying the first year rentals, which, again, like Jeremy said earlier, was $4 per hectare per year, which is the lowest in the country for agricultural leases.
Just have a quick question from Mary Hunt, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary.
I just got a quick question regarding like everything that you're showing us right now. Can you email us all of these PowerPoints? Because I'm like frantically trying to write all this down. And I'm like, I can't, trying to remember everything that you're saying and then trying to take points. Like, so it was just like, if we could get this sent to us, then I can pay attention more. Sorry. Is that possible?
Yeah, and Mark, I believe these are being recorded too.
Yeah, that's correct. The sessions are being recorded and we'll distribute it for sure.
Perfect.
Nobody told me that. What? I'm just kidding. We got approval through communications anyway, so it's being recorded, but we can definitely circulate it to the group.
Yeah, and it would be great though, like even just all the PowerPoints, because then you can kind of go back to that one little section if you need to kind of streamline it. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it is a lot of information, and we're going to share our contact information at the end of the deck. So don't feel that you have to kind of memorize everything. It's a bit of a process, and we recognize that. We're here to help and support you guys through it, whether it's through my division or Jeremy's division. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I just made a comment. I made a note there to make a comment on the last slide. We're talking about issue and title conditions, so I can't stress enough how important it is for somebody submitting a Crown Lands application to consult with land management first, because the title conditions are issued with specific conditions, lack of a better word, that states on an approved farm development plan and an approved farm business plan. So by working with us before submitting an application, we can ensure that, you know, you have all the documentation completed correctly, like what Tara said, about what you're proposing to do over the next 5 years. We can put you in touch with farm management specialists, land management specialists, planners, the ADO. So, and we, like she said, we have her contact information later, but it's really important to build that capacity for communication first between this division and the department before an application is submitted.
Right. Yeah, no, 100%. I will mention something too, that even when an application gets approved, it's not approval to get on the land and start working the land, because like I said, there's conditions that have to be met, and in a lot of cases, in all cases for an agricultural lease especially, a survey is one of those conditions. We do have a little bit of ability in some circumstances to allow permission to get onto the land a little bit early. So if you do come to a point where you've applied for Crown lands, you've been approved for Crown lands, and it's coming up to the spring and you really need to get like land clearing, maybe there's a contractor available or something like that. And if you lose this opportunity, then you may not have, like, I don't know, somebody that's harvesting the trees or something available to you. Do reach out, because we are bound by the Lands Act, and there are things that we have to do by regulation, but there's other cases where if there's a true need, we may be able to kind of get you on the land to do some types of activities a little bit earlier, prior to title actually being issued through like a temporary type of permission or license to get on there. Once you have title issued, essentially every year you will receive an invoice for your $4 per hectare fee, and you return that, and then we just continue. Like Jeremy said, there will be compliance inspections from time to make sure that you're doing what you intend to do. As your plans change, if you need to construct buildings, there's processes involved with that, which are all laid out in the title document. But if at some point in the future you want to change the use, so say the lease was issued for field production agriculture, and now you want to get into livestock production. It is possible, but we do, like Jeremy said, because the title conditions are pretty specific and state what is permitted and not permitted and to happen on the lease, you will need to apply for an amendment to have those conditions changed. So even though the leases are issued for 50 years, generally at a time, if something changes, you need a little bit more land, you want to change what you're doing on the land, we do offer amendments as well. But again, involving your ADO or land management division is I would say not only beneficial, but probably critical to make sure that things move smoothly. And then I mentioned earlier, when Jeremy was talking about ways that somebody can acquire lands, that you can take over a lease from somebody else. And I wanted to spend just a little bit of time just talking about the assignment process, because like I said, it is something that a lot of people find a way to get land more quickly into production and into their name. But it also, in a lot of cases, the land is already used and kind of ready to go. So getting on the land is more timely as well. But then in some cases, depending on the arrangement, you may also have the added support, like I mentioned, of somebody who had already worked the land and kind of can mentor a young farmer, especially, or somebody that's new to the industry. So our application, we're actually reviewing it right now, but this is what it looks like right now. And you'll notice there's a dashed line across kind of partway down the page. So the application is a consent and notice of assignment. So the application, like I said, is split into two pieces. The top part is the consent part. It's a $200 fee. So sometimes we get these applications and kind of the money's changed hands and the deal is done, and then there's an issue, and then we actually can't assign it to the other person. Maybe rentals weren't paid, or maybe there was a compliance issue with the title. So it's important that, especially for agricultural assignments, that the application, or I guess the consideration of the consent piece, is done first. So you fill out the top and say, like, I, Tara Morgan, want to assign my agricultural lease to Jeremy Short. Jeremy would submit a farm development plan that will have to be reviewed. It doesn't go through a full review referral process. It only goes to LMD. So again, if land management division, that's Jeremy's division. So again, if you've already kind of talked to them about it, they will already have the information and they'll be able to review it much faster. I do have an asterisk there by it being the only referral, because if you are looking to change the use of the land, there may be a need for possibly environmental assessment or some other referral, but in most cases, LMD are the only referral process. So once they say, yeah, we're cool with this, this person has a good farm plan, we support the transfer from this person to the other person, then we'll review it. We'll make sure that the survey is appropriate. We'll look at any of the lease conditions to see if there's any updates that need to be made. In most cases, it is just an assignment, but there is an ability for us to add conditions in case maybe the lease was issued 49 years ago and now there's some new sort of condition that we have to put in there. We can extend the lease if needed as well. And we also make sure that there's no back rentals. So once all that's done, we can give consent and we basically say, yeah, the minister for the department is okay with Tara selling or assigning her land, her lease to Jeremy. And then you can take that consent and work with the person that you're purchasing or that you're selling it to say, yeah, I have permission to do this. Let's do it. And then once the deal goes through and the money's paid, that's when you provide us the bottom part of the form, just confirming that, you know, you gave us consent to do this, but we've actually completed it. And the notice can be in the form of the bottom part of the page, but it can also just be if you went through a lawyer and there was a purchase agreement or a contract or indenture, we can take that as well as confirmation. And it's not until we get the notice piece filled out that we'll actually change the name on the assignment. So it's also important because, or on the lease, sorry. It's also important because we need to know who to send the annual rental bill to as well. So it's when the notice comes in that's when we actually formally transfer it from one person to another. But again, keeping in touch with your ADO or folks with land management division, they can certainly help through this process. So like I said, everything on this, we went through this pretty quickly. And if you forget everything that or anything that we said, or you want to go back besides on the slides, there's a ton of information on our website. We did notice recently that there were a couple of dead links because there was a change in our departmental structure over the last little while. But we're working to get those fixed. So Crown Lands has a website. It's listed there. We have an inquiries line, so it's a toll-free number available to call in. We also have an email address that folks can reach out to. It's actually faster to get a response through the email address, through the inquiries line. We can also offer appointments. There's appointments can be booked right on our website through the top banner on the page, or by calling or emailing the inquiries line, they can get you an appointment as well. For agricultural producers though, or folks considering applying for agriculture, I would suggest that you probably touch base with Jeremy's shop or your ADO as opposed to going to booking an appointment, because there's so much other information about funding programs, about soil suitability that they can offer that just kind of a Crown Lands application processor wouldn't be able to offer. That's really specific to agriculture, and they do really have a ton of supports for industry. And I thought I'd just stick this here. We also have changed our structure a little bit in the last couple of years. Crown Lands Division no longer enforces Crown Lands conflicts. We refer that to the Resource Enforcement Division, and there is a way to report enforcement matters on our website as well.
Yeah, again, my slide is not as pretty as Tara, so I got to work on my game for the next one. But we created this LMD support email a couple months ago because we recognized that with staff turnover and people not being sure if they've moved to a different location where our offices are to and our lines of business. So we created this, and all of our clerical staff have access to it. And they create a summary report once a week. So they basically make a priority listing, and we can determine whether or not that should go to Tara's shop or GIS and mapping, or if it's a forestry issue. But like Tara said, like, her world is so big with respect to all kinds of Crown Land applications for different developments. So anything specific to agriculture, you know, if it's in the queue or just looking to follow up, yeah, that will kind of be the inquiries line, to reach out to the inquiries line. But if it's anything else in the world, email this. We'll put it on a task list. We'll make sure somebody gets back to you, and we'll make sure that it gets to the appropriate person within the department. That's the number to the main line here in Corner Brook and its headquarters. Again, as Mark said, the slides are going to be provided to everybody. So that's here in headquarters, but they can put you in contact with any of our 4 offices. And that RFP link, again, like Tara mentioned, the department had a split, so I don't know if that's going to work, but I'll follow up with Mark in an email, and he can provide that to everybody that's on the call. And that's it for me.
Thanks so much, Tara and Jeremy. That was a lot of help, useful information in a short amount of time. And like Jeremy just mentioned again, I will be distributing this to the people who registered and our members. If anybody else has a question, you just raise your hand or type it into the chat, please.
I think
Okay.
Mary has a question.
I got a question. It's a bit of a process, and I'm not sure how to go about doing it. So I have an older gentleman that we've been thinking about buying his homestead land off of. So right now it's 22 acres of land, and he also has some like apple orchards kind of started already. It's just been a passion of his. Um, it's not crown land, it's privately owned. And I didn't know if there was funding or a process that you can do to help acquire that land. Because through a bit of research that I've done, it's more or less like there's all kinds of things that can help you after you acquired the land, but nothing really to help you get the land to turn it into agricultural purposes. So I didn't know if there's anything in that area.
If I understand you right, so it's private lands you're looking to acquire. So we do deliver the land consolidation program if this particular person was interested and, they're not interested in farming anymore and they wanted to sell the land back to government. So we can build our agricultural land inventory and then we would advertise it and allocate it as a lease. So that's a particular process that's designed to acquire private lands and reallocate it as the crown landlord underneath specific lease conditions. However, our policy requires us to advertise it through an RFP. So if there's an agreement between, just in this instance, between yourself and the producer, when this gets advertised, it's not guaranteed that you will be successful because a committee reviews all the proposals and things like this. But
Yeah.
that's one program we offer. It's not a funding related program. Like I mentioned, it's not a cost recovery initiative. It's just meant to build our inventory of agricultural lands. So if this producer is this in Central by chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're interested in selling private lands back to government, just shoot me an email. We can have a conversation in detail later to that LMD support. And if you'd like to engage that title holder, I'd be more than willing to set it up with our specialists and have a meeting as well.
I think I don't think he wants to do that. And the thing is too, is that once it goes to Crown Lands that, yeah, I might have a contract for 50 years, but after that, then I could lose it all. So if
Right.
they decide not to, so that's kind of where it's the little loophole that, yeah, it's great that they can go back to government and we can kind of do all those things. But after 50 years, the government could decide, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. And then I own nothing.
I can't speak for
So,
the next 50 years, but I mean, the intent of the program is to keep it underneath Crown's inventory so we don't lose these properties to non-agricultural development pressures. So we don't want to all of a sudden, so we have agricultural grants that were issued back in the 60s. That's since changed and we have a land leasing policy for that reason. So we ensure that agricultural lands stay in the agricultural community. But private lands, a lot of times we see people that are getting out of farming, if they're not willing to sell it to another producer or back to government to issue its agriculture, there's an anticipation or there could be a fear that we could lose those lands to other development pressures. So that's the intent. We're trying to keep it in the farming industry.
yeah. But Mary, you can, I mean, like we had said in the presentation, acquiring private lands is something people do every day, whether it's for their house, their homestead, other reasons. If a person does have private lands, like Jeremy said, the land consolidation program is an option for them. But if it's something that they're not interested in, they simply just want to sell it privately, that is available to them. It's not something that we, Crown Lands Division, or land management division really involve ourselves in. With regards to supports, I noticed that Jonathan Fewer is on the agenda for later today. His division deals mostly with like the federal and provincial funding programs and various supports like succession planning, and that they might have something in their suite of supports that might be able to help somebody kind of go through that. I would
Okay.
suggest that regardless, if you're making that type of investment, it sounds like a lot of land. Just knowing the land, the land situation in Newfoundland and Labrador and our lack of mandatory land registration and that sort of thing, I would strongly recommend that you consider engaging with a lawyer if you were to kind of go forward with the purchase of private land, because they would be able to speak to ensuring that all of the land that's being transferred is actually owned by the person, and through title searches and that sort of thing. But with regards to funding and supports, like Jeremy said, that is outside of us unless the person is interested in transferring the land to the Crown to reallocate. But if it is private, a lawyer is probably your best source of contact and information. But Jonathan may be able to talk this afternoon about some of those kind of succession supports that might be available beyond kind of just the land piece. And he is in this building, and I'll try to catch him before his presentation just to know that question was asked.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
I see a question down there from Travis.
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was just going to say follow up. This is Lisa here. I think Jonathan just joined. I'm not sure if he heard your question though, Tara. So I guess we'll see shortly.
Oh, okay. Jonathan, we had a question whether or not if somebody was interested in acquiring private lands for agriculture. So somebody has a homestead of 20 odd acres and they want to sell it privately to somebody that was interested in getting into farming. From a Crown lands end, we wouldn't deal with that because it's not Crown lands. But there was a question on whether or not there was any supports, I guess, in the suite of programs that the federal and provincial governments offer with regards to like succession planning or trying to, I guess, help acquire private lands as well, not just Crown lands.
Okay, so in terms of like a succession plan, yes, there would be funding available for the actual document itself and like go through the accounting side of things, the legal side of things. But when it comes to the actual acquisition of the farm, we wouldn't be able to do anything with the acquisition of private land, or even for that case, like if it was a leased block of land that the farm was located on, we still wouldn't be able to do anything with actual acquisition itself. It would just be for any sort of modifications, improvements, any sort of infrastructure upgrades they wanted to do after the fact, after acquiring the farm, then we would be able to step in then and provide some project funding if the applicant was successful.
Okay, thanks. I don't know, Mary, if that answered the question.
thumbs up. Travis? I sort of pronounced your name, I apologize. We're talking about buying a farm in the Goulds and trying to get development permits. So the Goulds is located in an agricultural development area that's legislated underneath the Lands Act. So we have specific regulations, and I'm a part of the authority that reviews development proposals. So I think we can park that one outside of this meeting and shoot that LMD support an email, and I'll try to click up with you later today, if not tomorrow, if that works for you. Perfect.
Does anybody else have any questions for Tara or Jeremy? Like I said, you can just raise your hand or type it into the chat. Lots of great discussion going on here. Going once? Oh. Jeremy, what is the best email or phone?
On the way. There you go.
All right. Well, if no one else has a question, I guess we can wrap it up. We really appreciate your time, Jeremy and Tara. And like they said, you can reach out via the information provided, and we'll be sending out the information provided as well.
Perfect. Thank you guys very much for the invite. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
See you guys.
Welcome back, everybody. So like I mentioned, our next presentation will be about writing your business plan. And we're pleased to welcome Anne-Marie Whalen. She's Industry Development Officer with the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands. She represents the Eastern and Central Eastern region. So welcome, Anne-Marie. If you're ready to start, we can begin.
Okay, I'm just getting my microphone and everything set up.
All right. Like we've already mentioned to the group that if they have any questions, they can raise their hand or type their question into the chat. However you prefer to proceed with the questions is fine. If you rather wait till the end or as you go.
Or they can just speak up.
Yeah.
and then I won't have to look for hands or anything.
I'll keep an eye
That's
on
the
it as
best
well.
thing, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's perfect. We can see that.
Okay, great. Okay, well, hello everyone, and I want to thank you for inviting me for your meeting. My name is Anne-Marie Whalen. I am the Industry Development Officer with the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands. And you can also refer to me as the Farm Business Management Specialist. Some people say that, but thank you very much for inviting me. So we're just going to go through the business planning process, and I want to talk about what is a business plan. So it's really a management tool to help you document your business goals and objectives and how they will be shared and achieved. So your business plan describes your products, who your customers are, who is the competition, how you're going to finance this business, and your marketing plan. How are you going to market it and sell it? And it basically shows what your objectives are and how you're going to meet those objectives. But it's all in your mind right now, and you have been thinking about it for a long time, but now it's time to put it on paper. And that's what writing a business plan is all about. So why write a plan? Well, a business plan is really a roadmap to lay out how you're going to get to your destination of having your farm business. So when you construct a new building, you have to start with a plan. And a plan helps you discover any kind of pitfalls you may have, any new opportunities that may come up all before things happen. A business plan is an important tool to help you outline your farm plan for others, not just yourself. This may be your partner, your spouse, or your financial planners, who your bankers are. So with a plan, you can just show them the plan, give them a plan that they can hold and read, and it'll outline your plan to them. The plan can also assess your idea without investing a lot of money or time. So if you write it all out on paper, you go through the financial parts, you can actually see what's involved step by step with your plan and with your farm. And I guess if it doesn't work on paper financially, then it really won't work. So it doesn't mean give up on your plan. It just means to stop, rethink your plan, and reassess how you're going to go about your goals to reach your farm ideas. Okay. So why plan at all? So a plan has very valuable information that's needed to help make your decisions for yourself and for everyone involved. Your family, any partners that may be involved with your business, and for lenders, bankers, and government agencies. So you can present them with the plan and they can see what's involved. It helps connect your goals with planned activities and the timelines involved. So you can show how many months it may take to build your barn, and it can outline how long it will take you to reach all your farm goals It outlines the roles of various people on your farm and in your farm business. So it describes who they are and what they do on the farm. And it measures the performance of the farm business on paper, how financially it will flow over time, and how each person on the farm will perform. It's an excellent communications tool for lenders, lending agencies, accountants, shareholders, and funding programs. So whenever you apply for any government funding, and I'm just talking from where I work with government, they'll ask you, do you have a business plan? And submit your business plan with your application. So that's why it's important to have this available, so you can include this with your application when you're applying for any funding. So what can a plan be used for? So the planning guide is good for marketing, how you're going to market your product. For production, it lays out what your production goals are year over year. For financing, how you're going to fund your farm idea, your farm dream. And for human resources, so who is going to work on the farm, what each person is doing, and what skills they bring to your farm. The farm plan is proof of these skills, of what's involved in your business. So you actually have it written on paper and you can see it, what it looks like. The plan is a guide. It really shows how your business will operate, like I said, month over month, season over season, and year over year. It is a good communication skill and a tool, and it can easily be shared. So you can just email it to somebody or hand them your paper document, and then they can take time and read through it to see what your vision is for your farm and your goals. It shows the income, it shows the expenses and all the calculations involved and your financial planning. And then it can be assessed if this is really a financially profitable, viable plan over time. It can also be used for estate planning. So this is something no one really wants to talk about. You don't want to talk about when you're finally come to the end of the farm or you pass away, but it's an important part of writing your plan, is to think about that and put things in place as to how your farm will be handled after you are not around. And it's important to also think about having your own will in place, so that if you have these assets, you have the farm, the land, the building, you may have livestock, you may have crops in storage. Those are all your assets that are there for your family. So it's good to think about that estate planning and planning your will, while you're also thinking about planning your business plan. And it's also an opportunity to assess the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats that are on your farm, to your farm business. So it lays out so you understand what these areas are strongest and weakest on your farm and how you can improve upon it. So it is a written document, like I said. You've been thinking about starting a farm, thinking about planning for a farm, but now it's time to get it down on paper and actually write it out or type it out and put it in a Word document. And it's a very clear explanation of what you want to do. By having it down on paper and having it in a document, it helps others to understand what you want to do. for you to review it and for them to review it and to evaluate your whole business plan. It saves a lot of work. Once you have this one document in place, you don't have to keep explaining it over and over again. When you're speaking to people, you can actually just hand them or email them a copy of your business plan, and then they can review it over time. And like I said, this is really for yourself, for any investors, for anyone who wants to get involved as a partner with you, and for any lenders and government agencies, because they want to see what you're doing and they want to invest and assist to help you achieve your farm goals. It is a proof of your skills, both your analytic, your thinking process, and how you can see your farm develop over time. It's a proof of how you can plan these things out, and your proof of how you can problem solve. And that's when we go back to understanding any weaknesses that may be on the farm. So how you're going to solve those problems. So this is your plan. So once you do put this all on paper, you need to know all the details of how you're going to achieve your farm goals. Even if you get somebody else to write it, they might put your thoughts on paper, but you have to be able to support that document that you've just handed to the lending agency to review. And you need to know the details in case they ask you and call you up and ask you some questions on the phone or email you. So it's really good that whoever writes it, you need to know the details that are in the document, and review it and make sure they're correct for the time. So what is a business plan? So a business plan is really just a set of plans just in one big document or one business plan. So it's a production plan. It outlines the production that's going to happen on your farm. If you're growing plants, you're growing vegetables, you're growing livestock, or if you're getting in any kind of secondary processing, that's your production plan. It's also your marketing plan. How are you going to sell your product? Who is your customers? How are you going to get it to market? What's the plan for how you're going to sell that product and get some income coming to your farm? It's your human resources plan, like who are the people on your farm, what they do, what their skills are. It's your financial plan. What's the overall finances for the farm, your income statement, your balance sheet, and your cash flow statement. And it's your risk management plan. That's where you understand what those risks are on the farm. You actually write those out in your plan and how you may overcome those risks. So it's good determinant of that you know exactly what those risks are, either physically or environmentally, but you can at least foresee those things on your farm. Every farm has some sorts of risks. So, like I said, it's a document. So what should it look like? It should be a well-organized document. Don't have like a bunch of papers just scattered around. It should be neatly put together, either stapled or bound or something to keep it secure, a booklet style. And it's usually from 10 to 30 pages long. It just depends on your type of farm, and it depends on the just what's involved with your farm. When you're writing it on your document, keep it double-spaced lines. Having this white space makes it easier to read, and is better for when you're trying to read through things quickly. You don't need a lot of details in your business plan, but you should use headings and subheadings, and make sure things are kind of listed out in details, but not a lot of words. That's what I tell people. Don't make it long sentences, too many long sentences on and on. But sometimes you see things better if they're put in a chart form, a bullet list, maybe a table or a sketch, and even photos help. But it's important you kind of put the important things first, so these things kind of stand out. So you can know yourself when you're looking at a chart or a table. Sometimes you can read things easier than if it's in 3 or 4 sentences. And at the end, you should have somebody not involved with your farm, or somebody that has some information about your farm. They should proofread it for you, because then they can see any kind of areas which they can't really understand well or may need more explanation, and they can point that out to you. They can pick out some things that may have been missed, but that need more explanation in your business plan, and they can really help you to add more finesse to your plan and make it more readable, easily readable for any of the people you want to hand it to. So some tips for getting started, because that's the hardest part, is just getting started. So like I said, you have to write it down, be honest, and be realistic in what you're saying in your plan. And by those things, I don't mean be realistic, is more so with thinking about how much can I really achieve in the beginning when I get started. Be honest about your costs and your expenses, and be realistic about the goals that you can achieve. So do not rush when you're writing your business plan. Take your time, because it does take a lot of time and a lot of work to put your plan together. It's a big document, and it's putting all your thoughts on paper. So you need to organize your information. You can put it in like a Word document, a notebook, or any kind of files, and kind of put things down as to what you want to say in your plan in the beginning. And then you can kind of organize it over time. And when you do take your time, you can go back to it and kind of add more things or take things out as you assess while you're writing your plan. So start with a sample plan, and you can modify it for your farm. This is another idea if you have a trouble just getting started. There are a lot of sample plans out there, and our department, we have sample plans as well, just to get you started. So review those kinds of things to see what they have written in their farm plan. And it can kind of help you trigger what you want to put in your plan, or you might want to take something out. It's good to read through sample plans, and it gives you more of an idea of what a farm plan, business plan should look like and what should be included. Research your financials. What are the current costs of today, expenses that you will incur? What are they realistically? What is the price of fuel? What is the price of feed today? How much will seed cost? How much will fertilizer do I need? And how much will that cost me? And how much limestone? Keep those expenses current for today, even if you don't have your farm started yet. In your future farm, what will those costs be? So you're putting these figures into your plan as if you have your plan, as if you have your farm started. So that's why we mean keep everything realistic for today's prices. And the same thing with your selling prices and your income that you'd expect from the farm. Keep those all realistic to what your farm is. So if you say you're going to have 10 cattle and they're going to produce over time, then how much can you expect to really achieve in pounds of meat over that time, and how much can I really sell that for over time? That's what I mean by keeping it current for today's prices and costs. You need to identify your startup cash needs, because when you're starting a farm, you need money to get you going. You may need to acquire land somewhere. You may need to have some sorts of equipment. You may need all those seed. You need the fertilizer. You need to have hay. You need to have cattle. So those are kind of expenses and startup things you have to think about that you will need. And how much will all of that cost? So identify how much money you need on hand to get started with your farm. And you should involve others with your farm planning. We have specialists within our department who work with livestock, we work with crop production, we work with farm management, we work with food safety officers, we have the environmental farm planners, and we have land management specialists. So involve those people, talk with them, get to know them, tell them your plans, what you're thinking about doing. And those people, we can help you develop a realistic and a well-rounded farm plan. And we can give you some ideas and maybe with some suggestions and talk about what pitfalls there may be with your farm when you're going forward, and what may be some other focus to look at. Talk with any partners, maybe business partners or people you may want to get involved with your business. And talk with other professionals, such as lawyers. You may need to get involved, and financial officers and accountants, because you will need these people with your business as you go forward. So get someone you are comfortable with working with, and ask them, have they worked with farms as well? And it's kind of nice if they have experience with farms, but not necessary. But kind of you can also talk with other farmers or other people involved with agriculture and get some ideas from them who you could probably approach as to work with your farm. Again, you need to know your plan well and be able to present it and talk about it to your financial officers, to your lending agencies, and you have to be able to answer questions that may come up. So that's why it's important to work on your farm plan, even if you don't write it, but whoever writes it, work with them to make sure that it's realistic to what your plan should be and what you think it will be. And just wanted to let you know that under the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership Program, there is funding available for new entrants to develop a farm business plan. And you can talk, we can talk about that one-on-one about that, or you can contact the Sustainable CAP program information officers. The SCAP program is also available online, and you can review that through our the Department of Agriculture website. So some components of the plan. So you start with a title, your name of your plan. So it would just be, so I'll just take, if I was starting a plan, I might call it Green Acres Farm Business Plan. And I put the written by Anne-Marie Whalen, and that's for me. And it's developed on February 19th, 2026. And it's important to keep those details current, because as you write a business plan, you might change it over time, and then you will need to change the date for that plan so that you know you're presenting someone with the most current plan that you've developed. And the same thing if you're developing it and you're putting it in your on your computer. It's very important to keep your versions current and make sure you write it and kind of indicate it. It's for the current day, so you know which version you will be working with and sending to others. So the next thing you will include then is the executive summary. And that's just a general one-page overview of what's inside the plan. You'll have the business description, the marketing plan, the production and operations plan, the human resources plan, the financial plan, the risk management plan, and the overall goals and objectives. So this is just a short, comprehensive overview of what your plan would look like. And like I said, it's your business plan is 7 or 8 plans within one plan. So it's all very concise and detailed about what your goals are for your business. So we'll just go through each of those sections and a little summary about those and what's inside. And just so you will have kind of you can have to follow here what's inside each part. And I'll give you more resources throughout the presentation. So first is the executive summary. So the executive summary provides a quick summary of the most important details within your business plan. It should attract your reader's interest. And like I said, this is written last because you can put it together once you have all your details outlined. And it will give just a general summary of the most important details of your farm business. It explains the purpose of your business and the concepts involved. It explains your business targets, what you want to produce, how much you want to produce, who you want to sell it to, what your goals are over time, and what your production will be throughout your business. It's the organized structure of your business. So who's involved in your business? What will it look like? How many people will I have on the farm throughout the plan? Who will be involved in my business in terms of the financial areas? Who will be involved with the organizing and the day-to-day information? Who will be involved over time? And what other business will I have involved? And how will I produce what I'm doing, what I'm planning on, and how will I get it to market? So it's just a quick summary of those things. And what's my required financing, purpose of the funds, and what will my general repayment plan be? So it's just a summary at this point. So next you will start outlining what your business description is in a little more detail. So the purpose of your plan, here you would provide an outline of why the plan has been developed for instance, how to obtain financing, how to attract equity, capital, how you're going to enter into a new market, diversifying your business, if you're starting a new business, and expanding an existing business. So you're just going to talk about here, it's just going to be a few sentences of just to explain the purpose of the plan that that someone is reading. Next, it will talk about the business description. Here we kind of list all the aspects of the current and proposed business of your farm, including any kind of business history you may have, any major events that are impacting your business. You will provide information here on the legal structure in your business, the type and size of your enterprise, as well as any physical resources available in your business. You will also talk about the management description. So here is where you describe who's your management team, what their skills are, and how many gaps will be filled. I kind of talk about here, it's kind of like it's your resume, because it's talking about you, like what if it's your business plan and you're going to be the main person involved. Here's where you want to talk about who you are, what your skills are. It might be any education that you may have is good to list here. Any work experience that you have that will be good on your farm. And I guess a lot of your experiences will be good in helping to see how you can, how you're going to formulate your farm. And it's also good to include any information on any professionals here that will assist on your farm. So you'll list out who will be my accountant. If you know that, you can put in the name and the name of the person and the name of the business. And also for any lawyers that may be involved. So it's kind of like a resource that you'd have on hand, who that person is and what the business name is and contact. Next, we'll talk about having a strategic plan. So this is where you kind of identify the long-term view of your business. You outline your business strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. And you may hear, and I said that earlier already, but earlier, your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. And when you're writing a business plan, you're thinking, well, I wrote that already. Why am I putting it here again? But when you're developing your business plan, you may find you're repeating things frequently, but it's kind of, it's in the document. It kind of gives a better flow, and it shows it flows better in the strategic part, especially where this is where you really need to talk about your strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. So don't get concerned if you're writing things multiple times, because it is important in each section that you're writing it. Here you want to outline the business and what you're doing, like what's your mission. You outline where you want the business to be in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, or maybe even longer. But at least it'll give, for the next 5 to 10 years, it will kind of show where you see your business going. It outlines the steps to get there. What are your strategies and goals? How are you going to meet those goals? So it could kind of show if your business is growing and it's just you starting it today. Well, in 5 years, you may have 3 employees, 2 employees who are going to help you. And maybe you started a secondary processing plant somewhere. You're going to wash vegetables, cut them and package them and get them to market. So it kind of lays out those steps of your 5 and 10-year goals. And it also helps identify here any key performance indicators. And what about that? I mean, what are your objectives? And how are you going to measure those objectives? And how are you going to follow up on anything? And you also should have an industry and market analysis section. So this is where you can identify the current market for where your farm sits in the whole scheme of growing and selling products. Here's where you identify the characteristics of the industry. You describe the industry as a whole, the history and size of the industry, and who the players are. Who are the major players within your market area? It could be the person next door. It could be the farm down the road, and it could be the grocery store that's nearby, and it could be all of those things. But at least it helps identify who are the other people that may be affecting how you can grow and expand your farm. In the market analysis, you need to kind of describe long and short-term trends, any kind of seasonal factors that are involved that may affect the industry. So there are always trends. So it could be fads that come up. It could be diets. So people may go on a more vegetable and plant-based diets, and it may switch to a meat source diet. So all of these are going to affect how your farm business will adjust to those markets. But at least if you can just kind of describe any trends that are currently in the industry, then it can give more value and weight and understanding of where your farm fits in the whole market sector. Here you also should outline any impact on social, economic, and technological changes and political changes that may affect your farm. Technology is a big area now, and our social connections are too, and how the trends in the market can be affected by those variables. So knowing those things are out there and in place, and what strategies you can have in place to kind of follow those influences along the way. You need to describe the food safety and quality and traceability components of your farm, because that's important for most consumers today. They want to know where their food is coming from, and they want to know that it's a safe product. So this is where you kind of describe any food safety areas that you will have in place, and how food quality will be followed on your farm, and any kind of traceability you will have. And that's kind of an important factor too for your business, because you want to be able, if there are any issues that come up with food safety, you want to be able to trace back the product line to ensure that you can remove a product from your storage that they may be affected, and you can give more confidence back to your customers that you can track where these issues may have evolved from. We have, like I said earlier, we have specialists in our department who can assist with food safety. And it's good to get in touch with that resource so they can help you in the beginning where you're setting up your farm, and how you can implement that within your farm business. And it's easy to do things earlier in your farm plan, so you can help lay out the structure of your farm, the layout and floor plan within your buildings, and on your farm, in your farm land aspect as well. So you're not too close to any impacts, environmental impacts, or any kind of outside sources that may impact your production areas. So that's why it's important to talk with our resources to help you kind of get these things in place. But also in the industry analysis, you kind of identify your customer needs. And if you're filling a sector that hasn't been filled, you can put that in there, and any potential sales you may see in the future, as well as identifying any critical success factors for the industries. So there may be a certain point where you will see the industry comes to a peak, and there may be ebbs and flows within the market. So it's just kind of good that in your business plan to identify that these trends do happen within all markets. So next we're going to talk about the marketing plan. So the marketing plan describes the industry you're involved with, the market that's there, any strategies you have in place, and the 5 Ps. So I'll just go through these and we'll get to the 5 Ps later. But it's a description of the industry and where your operation fits. And I kind of talked about that previously when we were talking about the executive summary, but this is more of an explanation of the industry itself. So what are the markets? If you want to explain your market production, you want to consider the sales that you expect to have and any trends that you may see in the market. You provide information on your competition. Who is your competition? Include the number of competitors that you see. So they may be, like I said, they may be nearby or farther afield. So it may be something that's being imported, or it could be somebody that's being produced next door. And it could be all of these things, because everything kind of influences another when you're talking about marketing and sales. Customer analysis, you want to think about who you're selling to. What's the age group? Is this teenagers, working class, new families? Is it single parents or single individuals? Is it families or larger groups? You also think, is this just in a regional area? Like, am I only selling to downtown St. John's, or am I selling to all of the Avalon Peninsula, or am I selling all of Newfoundland and Labrador? So you had to think about what area that you're really selling that market to, because it will make a difference then in what your product may be. And then you got to think about your product, price, place, promotion, and people. So there's your 5 Ps. So when you're thinking about those 3 things, you got to think about each one. So what is the product that you're producing? What is the price that you're talking about putting it at? Is that a realistic price? Is that something that can be sustained in the market? You had to kind of think about information on what's being sold in the market right now and what is the price that it's being sold for. So, and can I produce it for an equivalent amount, or is it going to cost me more to produce it? And what price do I need to sell my product at in order to break even in all the information and the cost that it's going to make for me to grow that product. Or maybe I have to sell mine at a higher price, but maybe where I sell it, it can sustain that price. So these are the things that you need to think about when you're talking about your products and your prices. Where are you selling it? Am I selling it next door at my local farmer's market? Am I selling it in a grocery store? Where am I going to sell it online? Maybe I'm going to sell it at the end of in my own marketplace. So you got to think about where you're going to sell your product and how your product has to be packaged or stored in order to get to the marketplace as well. And these are the kind of things that tie into your food security and with your traceability. So you kind of have all of these things linked together when you're talking about marketing and planning. And next you want to think about promotion of your product. How are you going to promote? How will people know who you are, what you're selling, how they get your product, and how they connect with you? How are you going to promote your product to your customers, or who your future customers are going to be? You got to think about the right channels. Now, maybe it's social media. Maybe you're thinking, I'll put up flyers, or you might think that I'll do ads on Facebook or TikTok. But it may be all of those things. And you got to think about what's going to be the cost and the time involved, and what targets, areas, and age groups and family status that relates best to your promotion. We have marketing specialists in our department who can also help you with these things, with your whole marketing strategy, and maybe easier ways to get to promote and market your product. And we can assist with all your marketing plans as well. And then people. So like I said, who are you selling to? What their age group is. Are they single? Are they single parents? Are they families? Families of 4, families of 5, how big the families are. And also think about what economic status they have, and what affordability they may have in a certain area, a certain region, or a certain area and location that you may sell at. And also think about what product you're selling and what your competitors are selling at as well, so your competition. So all of these link together when you're trying to think about your marketing plan. And then think about your distribution channel and your logistics. And that's where we talk about how you're getting your product to sale, from your farm to the table. So you take it from your farm. Are you bringing it to your local market for sale every week? Are you selling it right out of your farm gate, and just people come to you? Or are you selling it online and you go to a different location and you distribute it on a weekly basis? Or are you taking orders and doing sales day by day or every second day? So think about the logistics involved, and think about too how much time all of these things are going to take, because your time is the most valuable in this whole plan. And also who else is involved with your plan, and anyone you hire. And you find out quickly that time is precious, And you want to do things efficiently, and yet you have to keep in mind to keep things affordable for people, as well as you want to make sure your food security stays in place and your handling of your product. So if you have to keep things chilled, you had to make sure that it's at a certain temperature for the whole time until it gets to the sales, your final point of sale to the customer. So that's your most important area, and you have to keep it fresh and easily attainable. So these are kind of the logistics you keep in mind when you're talking about marketing. There's also labeling, inventory controls, any kind of storage life I talked about, selling arrangements, all of those things to keep in mind. And like I said, we have a marketing specialist who can help you with those things as you work through it. A lot of this information may seem overwhelming, but you just take it bit by bit, and just like I said, it's a slow process when you're writing your business plan. But the more you talk to people, you talk to our specialists in the department, you talk to other people within the market, and you pick up information, and they can really give you some valuable pieces to help you get through developing your plan, and even into when you're producing and selling your product. So next we'll look about production and operations plan. So this is really what's the day-to-day, week over week, month over month, in the field operations plan, or in the field and in going to market plan. So it describes a summary of your farming operations. Here you would identify kind of the ownership or land use agreements you have in place, kind of outline any buildings and facilities that you have on your farm. Make a list of your equipment, make, the model, the year of your farm tractors or equipment that you have. It may be your building. It was built in 10 years ago. The equipment inside, is good to have a list of those things. And it's a good kind of personal registry that you can have on hand when you keep those things here listed in your business plan. You would have maybe a list of construction schedules and production schedules. So if you're building a barn, you may have in it how long it will take to build your barn and each stage along the way. It may be something over months or years if you're doing something. And also a list of production schedules for your crops or your livestock. So it would outline a monthly schedule, maybe, of your production, and an annual schedule of your production. So you may say, I'm going to have it's going to start with 5 cows, and I'll slowly build this up to 10 cows over 3 years. And you'd list out the number of breeding cows you have, the number of bulls and heifers, and ones that are going to sale month over month. You may also include any kind of quality management systems you have in place. Might be HACCP, the Hazardous Analysis Critical Control Points Program, or ISO. Like I said, you'd also outline the everyday activities and how they're going to be managed. Any suppliers and production contracts, any kind of inventory control measures, your production targets. Like I said, with the beef cows, you may start with 5 and you build up to 10, and how you're going to get to those targets, and distribution and any kind of regulatory environments. Any environmental assessments that may be involved along the way. And you will probably, you will be doing an environmental farm plan, and we have a specialist at our department who can help with that. And sometimes you may have to do an environmental assessment with the Department of Environment, depending on your farm operation and locations. And there may be some legal aspects of the farm production, making sure you have title to land and to any kind of buildings and infrastructure you have in place. And there may be the municipality you live in, or the local service district may have some regulations in place, so you have to consult with those. And sometimes political aspects of the farm, again, may just be within kind of any kind of region that you live in. And if there's any political changes, may influence how markets will be affected over time. So next we'll look at the human resources plan. So this one is, I like to call it the who does what on the farm business. So again, I talked about charts, lists, and any kind of outlines. And here you can have an organizational chart. So you would list the owner. So here I would say Anne-Marie Whalen is the owner. I may have a manager that works with me to help manage or supervisors and who will help operations on the farm. And I may have some hired staff. So here I would list who those staff are and what each person does on the farm. I would have an employee work plan here, and kind of outlines if they work every day or every second day, and what they actually do on the farm during the work plans. And I would include what their different work skills are. So if I have people who are expert in food technology, or they may have experience with welding or repairs, equipment repairs, I would put all those skills in there. So, and any kind of training that they have completed. So if they have their electrical certificates and welding certificates, or they may have some human resources education plan, then I will put all of those information in here. So then I know who my employees are and what their skills are, and what skills and training that they will need in order to work and fit well into my farm. You may also want to include here any kind of compensation or benefits that you provide on the farm. And this could be medical plans, or it could be just maybe there's goals. If they reach a certain goal, then they get a certain compensation for or benefit with reaching that goal. It's not always what you have to include, but if that's something you have in place, then it's good to have it written down here so you can review it as well when you're trying to assess the goals and the plans for each employee. You will assess, here you can assess the labor needs and training goals that will assist with your farm development and growth. You can establish an employee orientation plan for new hires. This may be something you want to think about. So if you're hiring a new employees, you may want to just lay out what the plan is to get them started on the farm, especially if they're either new to farming or if they're just new to your farm, it's kind of good to have an orientation plan so you can quickly go through what you need to show them on the farm, and who else on the farm can assist them with getting to work and understanding the operations of the farm, the safety aspects needed on the farm, and just the day-to-day general operations on your farm. And also here, your human resources, you would identify essential skills that are needed for any of the owners that are involved and partners, any managers, what special skills may be needed for your managers, and and for supervisors to help your farm develop and grow, as well as essential skills for your employees. So maybe you identify that your employees should be able to understand and follow directions, and that's an important employee skill. So these are kind of things that you will look for when you're trying to hire any kind of new hires. And here you would also outline job descriptions for all your employees. Like I said, what they will do, what they will be doing on the farm, and what they will be doing over time. You might want to think about here how you're going, if you do get, and when you do get new valuable employee, you got to think about how am I going to keep them on the farm? Because we see that a lot of people don't stay in their place of work for long periods of time. No, that's something that's just recently happened, but it seems to be more of the trend that people are moving jobs more quickly than they used to. So now you had to think about, well, how am I going to keep that good worker that I just found? And this is where you may think about, well, what more can I provide to them? Maybe you have a place where they can stay so they don't have to drive an hour to get to your work every day. Or maybe you can say, well, I can offer them small bonus over certain skills over certain time as production goes up. It's just something to think about. What are some retention and maybe compensation strategies when you do get when you have good workers on your farm? And it's just something you can kind of include in your plan as to what kind of strategies you can do. So next we'll talk about the financial plan. So this is where you get down to how the money comes in and how the money goes out on your farm. And this is a key part through every business plan, is that flow of money in and out of your farm business. And in the end, it'll ultimately determine and show what your profitability is on your farm. So you will have a 3 to 5 year balance sheet and income statement. And these are just the general information that you will have required or in your farm business plan. It's past 3 to 5 years past or projected. And if you're new to farming, then all of these will be estimates of costs and income. And that's why when I said at the beginning, be honest, be realistic, that's where you have to get out and do the research to see what are the prices of all those inputs on your farm really are for today, and what are those items that you're producing, what are they being sold for in the marketplace today? And that can give you a good idea of what income you can expect to be achieved on your farm business. Now and where you place it and where it goes to what markets. So you want to have a good idea of what realistic goals are in terms of the finances on your farm, even before your farm has started. And while you are producing what you're producing, you got to keep an eye on those things so that you can project in the next year or two what your income will be. So that can kind of help set you up onto how your farm will be physically evolving over time and what purchases you will have over time. You will also need a 2-year cash flow summary. And again, this is all on paper, and it's just a cash flow just shows month over month where money comes in from sales for that month, and then what items get paid out in that month. And so it's just on 1 page or 2 pages, you can look at where you can expect to have higher amounts of income coming into the farm, so that or where you're going to have lower amounts of income. And that helps you adjust to how much you're going to spend from month to month. And you can also be prepared for times where you're going to have less income. Then you may look to other sources, to the bank for any kind of short-term loans, or you may look for, lines of credit at certain times, but at least you can kind of forecast when you're going to be a low time. In terms of like on a vegetable farm, you may see a lot of expenses being paid out in February, March, April, before you even get any plants or seeds in the ground. So that may be when you need to have a lot of money on hand, or at least access to finances. And then it may not be then until August, September, or October till you get money coming in to pay back, or to be able to get some income flowing into the farm again. So that's kind of just what the cash flow shows. So when money can come in and when your expenses are going out. And so it just gives you a realistic idea of how the money goes in and out of your farm throughout the year. It just gets you ready to think about where you may be having less income or higher incomes on your farm, so that you can prepare to have money in your cash, because on your bank account, because you still have to pay for some expenses, whether you're selling anything or not. You have insurances to deal with, you have salaries to pay out, you have finances you may be paying on purchases that you made, and that's a monthly payment. You may be paying on land or other rentals. So you have to have money to pay for those costs. So you can see this on your cash flow summary when those expenses will be. You also would include here any capital sales and purchases. So you may be thinking about buying a tractor in the coming year or the following year based on your strategy. And then you would see how much that will cost you and what your payment plan will be over time. It will help you outline any financial strategies, like I said, any short and long-term loans that you may be dealing with, and any shareholders that are involved. So it just helps with helping you get your financials mind and straight forward, and help you kind of see and forecast what your finances will be over time. It's also help you look at the financial performance indicators. When you do have your income statement and balance sheet developed, you can use this to think about what your financial performance will be. And like I said, the finances are really one of the main areas that you should be looking at all the time. Along with, you still have to do the production itself, but you really need to look at the financial part. So where you're going to make your money, how you're going to improve your income and your bottom line. So the key performance areas that you're looking at are what we call the ratios. And you can see this again in the sustainable CAP program and in Appendix 3. It outlines the profitability margins, the return on assets, your return on equity, and it'll show you those calculations and how you achieve those from your balance sheets and income statements. You'll also look at your liquidity and solvencies ratios, debt to asset ratios. So all of these will help give you an idea of what your financial health will be with your farm plan. That's why when I say it's important to have realistic numbers and the most current that you have for today. So it'll give you a true assessment financially of what your farm business is like and how it will be profitable over time. Because in the end, you're trying to make a living for yourself and your family and your partners, whoever's involved. And that's the important part, is to keep an eye on those ratios. And it's a quick check on to assess how your farm financial performance is doing. Again, those ratios can be found in the Appendix 3 of the Sustainable CAP program. It outlines there the analysis involved with your debt repayment capacity as well, and your cash flow analysis. And it's really a financial risk assessment. This is areas, what can I control in my farm in terms of financial risk? Am I ready for any unexpected expenses? Because we had a snowstorm here over 2 days. Maybe your roof of your barn collapsed in one area, and that wasn't expected. But I have an insurance plan that I thought about that in the future that I would need, and maybe it covers some of those expenses because of the roof collapse from the snow weight. So those are kind of things that you have to kind of think about, like, do I have enough of insurance to cover what I have? Are there other areas that I can financially access for quick funding? Do my partners or shareholders have any access, can help me with any areas? What are some short and long-term loans if I need it to get it? Where can I access it? So this is where you really got to assess your finances in the short term and the long term to keep your farm financially healthy as well. So some other risks assessment. Do you want to think about, again, your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? So of those, you need to think about assessment of what those are realistically on your farm. So these can be like physical strengths. It could be you have I have older equipment on my farm, what requires a lot more repairs. That might be a weakness. Or I have new equipment, so I don't have to think about that. Some environmental assessments. My farm is in a watershed area, so I had to think about what I can plant where, and I need to think about if I'm allowed to spray any pesticides in an area. Do I have a lot of runoff on my farm in an area? Those are kind of environmental risks. Maybe I get a lot of rainfall in my area certain times a year, and so I get washouts or I get flooding. Financial assessments, we kind of talked about some of those, but you kind of think about again, finances in the spring and summer. That's if you might have a lot of expenses paying out in the first part of your calendar year or fiscal year, and you may be shorter on finances. So where am I going to access some funds to help get me through till I can actually sell my crops and products? Your human resources challenges. Maybe there's certain times a year that you can't get people to work because it's only you in a certain area. Maybe you live in a more rural area and there's no one that you can access to help work on the farm. Maybe you can only get students, so they're not available until the summer. Those are the kind of risks that you have to think about. Who will I need to work and how many people I need to work on my farm if this is my farm plan. And you may also have some personal challenges. You may have children of your own, and then if they're not in school, then who's going to care for my children while I'm out in the fields? You kind of have to think about what other personal items that I have to deal with day to day that I have to think about, but I still have to operate my farm. So it's just kind of identify some of those things for yourself. You may also want to include your environmental farm plan in this risk assessment. And like I said, we have an environmental planner at our department, and they can develop the farm plan with you, and you can have that in place and identify any physical or environmental aspects on your farm that may be risks to how your farm develops and expands over time. And final, we're looking at your business goals. What are your short-term goals? What are you planning to do in the next 2 to 5 years on your farm? These are your short-term goals. What are you going to grow and sell within the next 2 years or 5 years? And then you should outline kind of the next 5 long-term goals, next 5 to 10 years. How you see your farm developing and growing. You may need to develop more land. You kind of had to think about if I had to put up more buildings, maybe I have to buy more equipment at that time, by that time. But it's just kind of looking at those goals and how you want to see your farm to grow and develop over that time, how you see it in your farm plan. Here you want to identify any limits to your farm goals. Maybe you don't have enough land and you don't have access to land, so you're going to have to see what kind of other land you can access. Do I have to purchase it? Is there crown land available? Is there some agreement I can get with a neighbor? I can rent it. So these are just some kind of things to think about. not just land, but what other items you'll be developing on your farm and how you're going to achieve your goals if there's any other limits to those goals. And what are the goals of the family? Does everybody in the family kind of agree with what you're doing and want to help with the farm? Or not everyone sees your goals the same? So how can we work this into the family? Because farming is a lifestyle, and and not everybody likes that lifestyle, but doesn't mean that you can't have the family help with the farm in some capacity. But you got to understand, everyone has to understand that the goals of everyone on the family matters when you have your farm plan and you have a farm, because farming doesn't stop at 5 o'clock in the day. It doesn't stop Christmas. At Christmas time, it doesn't stop in June and July for vacations or holidays throughout the year. So like I said, it is a lifestyle, but it's very rewarding too. So you just have to kind of work and make your schedule work for your family and your goals of your farm. It's just the understanding that there's challenges along the way, but not unachievable at all times. Other things to include in your business plan. It's a good idea to have maps of your farm included, any land lease agreements or land titles that you have. You may have lease agreements for equipment or any kind of other land parcels. It's good to have a copy of those in your business plan. You can include pictures of your farm. I say inside and outside because it's good to know what you have inside your buildings. And it's good to have pictures of those things. I think about fire and the fires that happened over the summer. And having pictures of those items is proof of what items that you did have. It could be storage, it could be freezers, it could be equipment. And if you're you need to access your insurance, it's just another proof of the equipment and layout that you had in your farm buildings. It's good to have the building floor plans, have this in your farm plan, so you can actually work with, when you're working with your food safety officer, and they can help walk through how your floor plan on your farm work and the foot flow on your farm will work. And like I said, the floor plans as well. You should include any certificates and licenses that you hold. The environmental farm plan, it's good to have a copy of your certificate in there. If you do a pesticide applicators course, have your certificate in there that you completed on. If you do any occupational health and safety training, have a copy of that on hand and have it in your farm plan. Any licenses that you may have acquired, maybe any types of specialized driver's license or equipment handling licenses. If you do your welder's course, if you do machine repair equipment training, it's good to have a copy of those licenses and training in your business plan. You can also include any schedules and work plans for your operations. any building schedules. You may be putting up a new barn in the next months. So you can outline how will that progress month over month until it's finally completed. You can also include resumes of people on your farm. And this is just a quick reference for you to review what those people have in terms of skills, where they are working on the farm, what activities they do now on the farm. And then it helps you assess what kind of training they will need so that they can help you and help your farm achieve the goals that you have set in place. You may want to keep a list of possible future people you want to hire or other off-farm sources of assistance. It's not, like I said, it's not always easy to hire in all places that you live and have your farm, just because the population may not be there or the expertise may not be there. And sometimes it's only seasonal that it's available. So it's nice to have a kind of a list on hand for your own sources, and so that you can kind of plan for your any unexpected challenges or future developments. So I just want to reiterate that under the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership website, on the Department of Agriculture's website, you can get more information to review. It's listed in the program guide in Appendix 1 and 3. And this is the minimum business plan requirements, and it will outline for you what we talked about today. And also in the agribusiness financial assessment guidelines. So financially, you're trying to assess your income statement and balance sheet and the ratios we talked about. It's all, the calculations are outlined there. And more information, our department can provide you with anything you can help. It's just a matter of connecting with us and setting up an appointment, and we can talk to you one-on-one. So I'd like to thank you for your time. Again, here's my email. It's my name, Anne-Marie Whalen @gov.nl.ca, and I work with the eastern region of the province. And my western partner is Afton Medor, and she can be reached by email listed below. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. It's always a pleasure to have you present for our members. So much helpful information.
So it's a lot of information, but like I said, it just takes time, and don't get overwhelmed, but there's people to help.
We have a few minutes before our lunch break. If anyone has a question for Anne-Marie, you could raise your hand or type it into the chat. Go ahead, Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Anne-Marie, you mentioned some specific SCAP funding available for business plan development. I was just hoping that you could touch on that a little more and just clarify what means are available through that.
When you want to access any funding through the Sustainable CAP program, the SCAP program, you have to complete an application. And the application is available online. And if you are a new entrant, if you're trying to develop a business plan, then you would just complete the form and submit it to the SCAP program. You would also need to include some kind of quotation on what it would cost to develop your plan. But there's a maximum amount of funding that would be available anyway from the Sustainable CAP program to help you hire somebody to develop your plan for you. You would work with them, but they would actually write the plan and present it, give it to you so that you can use that for your farm development. And then you would use it if you're applying for future funding within the Sustainable CAP or any other funding agency. And I think it's $12,000 is the maximum available for that, to do that. But I think I've heard different amounts that varies individuals and companies charge, but that's the maximum that the Sustainable CAP would provide.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Just have a quick question, Anne-Marie. A lot of people reach out and ask about business plans, obviously, but also templates. Like, I know like every business plan is different and depends on what business you're trying to establish. But in terms of like business plan templates, is there something you would recommend or?
We have templates that we can provide. We have sample business plans for different types of farm operations. I guess on the internet, you can get all kinds of information as well. But it's like I said, I like the plans because it kind of helps you think about when you read through it, it helps you think about your own farm plan, what you're going to have. It doesn't necessarily will be your exact plan that if you're looking at a sample plan, it's going to be yours, but at least it'll give you kind of a format to follow. I like the one in the Sustainable CAP program. It's the minimum requirements. You can have a very elaborate plan, but when you're just starting out, you may just want to start with a simple plan, something you don't spend a whole lot of time at, but it gives you all the information that you need. And it's just the minimum requirements, just if you're just starting your farm. And then you can always add to it because of business plan, you never stop changing it. That's why I said as you change it to keep your versions separate, because as your farm grows, your business plan will change and you will show those achievements that you've had over time. So we have templates for farm business plans at our department. And we have templates for I talked about the income statement and the balance sheet and the cash flow statement. We have Excel type formats for those that you can utilize. And we have samples already set up to kind of help you. But you would just need to research the costs that are involved for your farm, any kind of expenses that you would be involved, and the potential income that you would be achieved on your farm. But again, we have lots of specialists within our department who can also assist because they know what's needed in production and what expenses you can also may be involved with. So you have to reach out to us, ask us questions, and we can help you. The more questions you ask us, the more confident your farm plan will be and the more confident you will feel. That's what I find with a lot of these, a lot of new entrants, and not just new entrants, but people submitting applications to SCAP. If you had reached out to us earlier, we probably would have been able to help you with your plan to get it further. So we're here, we're free. You just got to let us know what you need.
Thanks so much. I guess if no one has another question, we'll break for lunch. I really appreciate your time, Anne-Marie. And like Anne-Marie said, reach out to her with any questions you might have, or you can send them to me and I can forward them. But all right.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I hope to hear from you soon. All of you.
Cheers.
Okay. Bye now.
Okay, so we'll take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for a chat about agriculture funding programs. And we'll see you then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. For anybody new joining us, if you have any questions during any of the presentations or sessions, you can raise your hand. Just hit the raise button or type it into the chat, and we'll get to your questions as soon as possible. We're going to move on now and talk about some agriculture funding programs that are available. Kyle Taylor, he's a financial officer with the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. He'll be presenting about various programs under Sustainable CAP, and I believe he'll be joined by Jonathan Fewer, the manager of cost shared programs with the Agriculture Business Development Division of the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands. So Kyle, if you're ready, you can take it away. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, all
Okay,
good.
perfect. Jonathan's in the room here with me, so we'll be
Okay.
here together. Okay,
Sounds
so
great.
we'll get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Kyle Taylor. I'm a financial officer with the Department of Forestry, Agriculture and Lands, and I'm here today to talk about the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership Program, or the SCAP program for short. So the SCAP program is a 5-year, $3.5 billion federal, provincial, and territorial framework agreement that supports economic growth, innovation, climate change and environmental sustainability, secondary processing, inclusivity, and food self-sufficiency within the province. Under this framework, Newfoundland and Labrador receives just over $42 million to strengthen the agriculture sector in the province. And this is a 5-year framework which expires on March 31st, 2028. Applications are still being currently accepted for the 2025-26 year. Next is some funding parameters. So SCAP provides up to $400,000 per applicant over the 5-year funding period. This excludes the Resilient Agriculture Landscape Program. Under SCAP, if you're operating commercially, you can get up to 75% reimbursement on eligible costs, and not-for-profit applicants can be approved for up to 100% of eligible costs. This is with the exception of the RAL program and any land development projects. These are listed as exceptions because their funding is calculated per acre rather than as a percentage of eligible costs. So some eligible applicants include existing agriculture producers and processors, new entrants, returning farmers, research bodies, educational institutions, regional pastures, not-for-profit organizations, Indigenous government communities or groups, Indigenous peoples, women and youth, and provincial government and development groups undertaking any agriculture initiatives. Merit-based eligibility. So this is what we assess. Applications are evaluated on several key factors like eligibility. Do you meet the program requirements under the program guide? Capability. This includes your track record and project plan. Clear, realistic, and well-structured project plans, farm history, finances, and past projects showing financial and production growth. We assess the project's impact, specifically of its economic and non-economic benefits to the applicant and the industry. We assess alignment. So does your project support SCAP priorities? Does it contribute to provincial food self-sufficiency in the province or any other key priority areas? Additionally, we assess the project feasibility. So can your farm realistically deliver and execute this project? We look at things like what are the human resource requirements of your project, which includes things like skill sets, team size, certification, maybe even hires. So who is handling and acting on the project? Are they certified to operate the equipment you're applying for? Do you have enough people to effectively act on this project? Then there's the technical side of how we assess feasibility. So what are the technical requirements? If you're applying for certain equipment, do you have the right equipment for your operations? Do you have space for it? Are there any alternatives that could possibly do a better job? We also assess if the project is financially feasible. We want to be sure that this project isn't going to leave you broke in 6 months or hinder your operation significantly. So show us a plan that shows that you're counting your costs and projecting any reduced costs or future gains. So then there's the physical infrastructure requirements. We need to see things like if you have buildings on your land, structures, what are your utilities like? Any physical assets that need to, in order for the project to operate successfully. What is needed? Do you already have these assets? Things like that. And temporal, list the project phases, provide estimates and dates and durations, and how the timeline is feasible. Now we're going to look at some evaluators, how to avoid missing information. Some of the biggest reasons for applications being delayed or rejected come from missing documents. So here's a list of things that you must include. You're going to need a business plan if you're a new entrant, or if you're making any significant business changes. Itemized quotes with supplier names, dates, and details. Land documents if your project is land dependent. You're going to need your current and most recent financials. This includes things like your income tax statements, statement of farming activities or income, or any accountant prepared statements. So we don't accept any in-house financials unless you're in the first year of operations. You're going to need required permits, any permissions that should be completed before applying. This includes things like your construction or your building permits, environmental assessments, things like that. You're going to need a valid CRA number. You're also going to need to participate in the premise identification program and obtain a premise identification number. And lastly, you'll need an environmental farm plan or an agro-environmental risk assessment. And this must be completed every 5 years or updated every 5 years once you hold land. So here are some of the priority areas and programs. I'm going to briefly go through this. SCAP is built around 5 priority areas. The first is climate change and environment. 2 programs tie into this priority area. You have your environmental sustainability and climate change program, and then you have the route program. Next is science, research, and innovation. This priority aligns with the agriculture research program. Then there's the market development and trade. That aligns with the agriculture marketing program, of course. The fourth is the building sector and capacity, growth, and competitiveness priority. This is where most production and infrastructure investments fit. This priority is focused through our agriculture growth and secondary processing program. And lastly, we have resiliency and public trust. 2 programs also tie into this priority area. You got mitigating agricultural risk program and advancing public trust program. So now I'm going to walk through what the programs fall under. The first is the climate change and environment program. As said before, it consists of 2 major components: your resilient agricultural landscape program, or RALP for short. This focuses on improving soil health, biodiversity, and long-term land resilience. So you'll be hearing more about it from our route coordinator later. Under the Environmental Sustainability and Climate Change Program, investments will be made through a number of beneficial management practices, or BMPs, that help producers reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance productivity, manage risks, build public confidence, and contribute to clean growth opportunities. So just to give you an idea, here are a couple examples that you can apply under this program. So one example is BMP 13. It's a fertigation. This is where fertilizer is applied through an irrigation system. It allows for much more precise nutrient delivery, cuts down on runoff, and helps keep crops growing more consistently. Another example is BMP 94, which focuses on energy efficiency upgrades. This includes things like improving the building envelope, upgrading ventilation or lighting, or switching to more efficient heating and cooling systems. These are just two examples. There are other BMPs available. It just depends on what your project looks like. You'll be able to find these in the program guide. So the next step is, or the next program would be Agriculture Research Program. This supports research activities that strengthen the sector's long-term sustainability and competitiveness in the long term and medium. Eligible activities include on-farm research to address the needs of the sector, knowledge transfer and information sharing, and graduate level research. So if your project involves things like testing new production methods, new forage genetics, soil trials, or if you're just trying to improve an existing process, or even sharing research outcomes with the industry, this program is the one that'll make that work. Then we have the Agriculture Marketing Program. This is all about helping producers expand their market reach both locally and internationally and adapt to changing marketplace demands. It supports farm signage, on-farm markets, market equipment like coolers, display units, or booths. So if you're looking to improve brand recognition, get your product in front of customers more effectively, or increase your overall visibility in the marketplace, this is the type of program that's designed to do that. Then we have the Agriculture Growth and Secondary Processing Program. So this is one of our broadest programs under SCAP. It's designed to help producers expand production, enhance local food systems, and support long-term food self-sufficiency in the province. The program covers several different types of projects, so I'll give a few examples of some eligible activities. The first example is equipment and infrastructure tied to environmental BMPs, such as no-till seeders or strip tillage equipment to support soil health and long-term sustainability. The next eligible activity includes Agriculture Growth and Food Self-Sufficiency Initiative. This includes things like caterpillar tunnels, high tunnels, greenhouses, hydroponic systems, transplanters, seeders, and various other projects. Then we have the Agriculture Land Development Initiative. This includes clearing new agriculture land, improving drainage systems, conducting land surveys, or purchasing development equipment such as rock pickers or limestone spreaders. Another program would be the Industry Development and Knowledge Transfer Initiative, which includes business planning, succession planning, or training and knowledge transfer projects that help strengthen farm management. And finally, support for secondary processing activities such as washing, grading, packaging, and label development, all of which help producers add value, reduce waste, and bring your products to market in a more competitive way. So as previously mentioned, the priority area of resiliency and public trust ties into two different programs. The first is Mitigating Agriculture Risks Program, which is all about identifying and responding to risks by implementing risk prevention and mitigation measures. This could include things like washable bulk food containers, wildlife or pest exclusion fencing, row covers, irrigation systems, and other farm improvements that reduce vulnerability to pests, weather, and other disruptions. The focus here is on being proactive, putting measures in place before the problems actually happen, rather than reacting to after the fact. Then we have the second program in this priority area. We have Advancing Public Trust Program, which focuses on building confidence in the agriculture and agri-food sector. This program supports things like agriculture awareness, events such as agriculture fairs, open farm days. You got your agriculture in the classroom activities. There's public trust campaigns or research, and the development of strategies that improve transparency and public understanding of how food is grown and produced in our own province. The goal here is to strengthen the connection between producers and the public and make sure people understand the work, the value, and the standards behind local food production. Now we have tips for a successful application. So this section highlights key practices that help ensure your SCAP application is complete, aligned with program objectives, and ready for review. Some of these key tips include to read the program guide. I would suggest carefully know the program's goals and eligibility requirements. Understanding eligibility, priorities, and terminology in the program guide can help make your application process a lot easier and faster. Avoid duplication with other programs. Project costs should only be submitted once across all provincial programs. Disclose funding sources. Inform us of who is helping you fund your project, or if you're paying for it on your own. Submit early. Allow ample time for processing and follow-up. Delays often come from missing information as previously intended. Show self-investment, so highlight your own investment. Reviewers look for applicants who show commitment and the ability to manage reimbursement-based funding. Provide details. The more information, the better. A well-written application makes all the difference. Use program terminology. Align your language with the program guide. When you're writing your application, try to use the same terms that the guide uses. And your total costs. Clearly align and outline all project expenses. You're going to want to match your invoices and payments to the agreement signatory. So the name on your invoices and payments must match legal entity signing the agreement. We got some additional tips here. Show minimal reliance on ongoing government funding, no inflated numbers or realistic goals. Highlight past projects and achievements. Apply for projects within your capabilities. Be honest about your resources and expertise. Utilize the program guide. That's essentially. Next, we have the Provincial Agri-Foods Assistance Program. So alongside the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership Program, the Provincial Agri-Foods Assistance Program is a provincial program that supports financial assistance to eligible applicants involved in the primary production or secondary processing activities to help strengthen the agriculture sector, which includes improving the economic viability of the industry, promoting producers to commercial and scale, and making the industry more competitive overall. When we're reviewing applications, we give priority to projects that lean towards contributing to self-sufficiency, agriculture growth, or expansion in the secondary processing right here in the province. The program may also provide selective assistance to regional pastures, agribusinesses, and agriculture groups for initiatives that support the priorities of the program. So under this program, there are two separate applications. One is for land development and one is for agriculture infrastructure. So let's start with land development. This stream supports starting up new agricultural land. There's no strict project cap in the stream, but funding may be prorated depending on the demand. Land development is reimbursed based on measured acreage, not invoices, and the land must stay cropped for 5 years. For example, you can receive up to $1,500 per acre for rough clearing and up to $1,500 per acre for land enhancement for a total of $3,000 per acre. Blueberry projects have extra inspection requirements, and this is because the province needs to confirm that the land is suitable for blueberry establishment. Any land funded through the PAAP program must stay actively cropped for 5 years. You also need a proper title or long-term rental agreement for any land being developed. Now for the agriculture and infrastructure program applications. This stream provides equipment, buildings, fencing, and improvements that help increase production efficiency, food self-sufficiency, and secondary processing capacity. So this includes things like storage buildings, controlled environment systems, and general farm equipment. Amendments for regional pastures, such as fertilizers, limestone seed, are reimbursed at 100%. Regional pasture infrastructure projects are supported at up to 75% to a maximum of $15,000. All other agriculture infrastructure projects are funded on a 50-50 cost shared basis, meaning the program covers 50% of the eligible costs. Applicants must also have the required permits put in place. Any corporations must be in good standing with the companies and deeds online and must have no arrears. Farm tractors and tractor loaders are eligible under this program, but only for new entrants. Once per program and only for agriculture use. And used equipment must be from 2021 or later. So as previously discussed, the Provincial Agri-Foods Assistance Program has two main funding streams, land development and agriculture infrastructure. For land development, funding is offered on a per acre basis. And for agriculture infrastructure, it's a little different. So your funding limit depends on your annual sales levels. The program uses a tiered threshold approach to ensure that support is scaled appropriately for the size of the operation. Refer to the amounts in the program guide when applying and below. The minimum project size is $1,000, and new entrants can receive up to $20,000. So eligibility to qualify for the Provincial Agri-Foods Assistance Program, applicants must be farming in Newfoundland and Labrador, be at least 19 years old, and be in good financial standing, meaning no outstanding arrears with the provincial government. Eligible applicants include for-profit farms, sole proprietorships, partnerships, and corporations, as well as farm cooperatives, regional pastures, agriculture groups with 3 or 4 farms, and processors that use locally grown or raised products. For-profit applicants need to show at least $15,000 in sales in one of the last 3 years. And applicants must also have all required permits as well. So as a new entrant, that's described as someone who has been farming for less than 6 years. Again, you can receive up to $20,000. Your hands-on farm experience, your personal investment, and viability of your business plan is what we look for. If sales are under $15,000, you can still be considered if there were extenuating circumstances, and you can show a clear plan to grow in to a commercial scale. New entrants must include the new entrant information form with their application. Under this program, tractor funding is available, but again, only to new entrants and only once. So application requirements. To avoid delays, applications must be complete. You'll need the full application form along with proof of land title or any rental agreements for any land development work. You can include a map or Google image showing the project location. You'll need to provide proof of sales, such as an accountant prepared financial statements. Again, if you're a new entrant, you're going to need to include the new entrant information form, and regional pastures must submit the pasture information form. Quotes for purchases must be within the last 6 months, and any required permits, so municipal, provincial, or federal, should be available as well. For land development, claims are based on required invoices and proof of payment. Also, for both SCAP and the PAP program, I would encourage everybody to review the program guides listed on our department website. Each program has its own detailed criteria, and it's not the same. Here's a page with some of our contact information. This is all the financial officers in the Western region that we have here, along with our emails. Any questions you guys have?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm just curious the ability to stack SCAP with PAP funding and if there's any conflicts there.
So, sorry, could you please repeat that? I glitched out a little bit.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask if the SCAP program and the PAP program have any conflicts when it comes to fund stacking for certain programs, and how much they can be combined.
So we can't do combination funding at all. So Sustainable Cap does 75% of eligible project costs, and the Provincial Agri-Food Assistance Program does 50% of program costs, so or eligible costs, and those are totally mutually exclusive of each other. Like we can't double up on the same project at all.
Okay.
The only situation we ever see it occurring is when we look at land development. So if we do like a larger scale land development project, we could do so many acres under AAP and so many acres under Sustainable Cap. But when it comes to like one piece of equipment, one building, it's separate. We're gonna have to we treat those separately.
And is stacking available with other funding sources not tied to PAP and SCAP?
So there's a federal funding like stacking requirement for for-profit entities that contributions can only there's a maximum contribution level of 75% of the project cost. So that pertains to basically all federal funding. So in our situation, like you just can't exceed that number. So if SCAP is in for 75%, then another funding agency can't come in for the remaining 25. In the case of a not-for-profit, we do 100% funding for not-for-profit entities for all non-capital costs. So in that situation, there would be no need for any additional funding. And for infrastructure, the same rule would apply of the 75% threshold.
Great. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Michael. Jonathan provided a link to the program guide, the Sustainable Cap program guide there in the chat. And Tavish Russell has a question. Would SCAP consider funding for irrigation ponds or wells?
Yes, those are both eligible expense items under our program. You can apply under mitigating risk or under agriculture growth. And you could do like for wells, you could do so much as like drilled wells, dug wells, pumping systems, irrigation systems to attach to the wells. When it comes to like your irrigation pond, you have your plastic liners, you have whatever pumping systems you need to do. If you need to do a pump house, those are all eligible expenses.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lucas has a question. What does the program consider a commercial farm to be? Is it determined by size, sales, or other factors?
At this point in time, the definition would be $15,000 in sales or above.
Okay, great. Thank you. Does anyone? Okay, go ahead, Mary.
What happens if you're just like kind of homestead and you want to do not as this big great scale as in big horticulture, but you just wanted to do a couple things on your property and you might want to just bring in some people to just kind of help them out with like how to grow things properly, or I guess this would work too for like nonprofits as well, like if you wanted to start a community garden or things like that, like
Yeah.
how would that
So
go on the lower end of the scale?
So there is a community garden support program. It's usually, I guess, applications usually open in like April or May of every fiscal year. And it's for like, through that not-for-profit, I guess, companies or groups or schools, community groups, all different eligible applicants under that program. They can avail of $750. And it's just a grant. There's no real like receipts or anything like that tied to it. So that would probably be more what you would be wanting to apply through there. When it comes to sustainable cap and provincial agri-food assistance program, it's really for that commercial entity, whether it's a large not-for-profit or a commercial producer or somebody who's trying to achieve commercial size.
Okay, thank. Any more questions? Okay, well, if you do have a question after the presentation, you can find the contact information for Jonathan and Kyle or send a question to me and I can reach out to them for you. Really appreciate your time, Kyle and Jonathan. And I'd just like to acknowledge before we end this presentation that NL Young Farmers is funded by the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, and we're very fortunate to have that funding. It allows us to present opportunities to you throughout the year, including this session today. So,
Yeah, thank you for having me on here.
And if there's any more questions like throughout the rest of the day, I plan on staying on the call for until the end. So if anyone does have any sort of funding questions or anything like that over the next hour and a half or so, 2 hours, then I'll still be here anyway.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I hope everyone found that useful. We're going to, hi, Tanya.
Hi there.
Going to move on now to a discussion about the agriculture and agri-food Canada programs and services that are available. And we're being joined by Tanya Norman, who's the Senior Industry Development Officer with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. So
Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I'm going to share my screen, so just bear with me for a second. And Mark has my back in case something happens. So it'll just take me a second to get my presentation up here.
Yeah, that's perfect. We can see that.
Can you see that? Okay, perfect. Thanks again. So you can see my presentation, but not my notes, right? I think I got that done right. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So yes, thanks to Mark and Lisa for the invitation to speak with you all this afternoon. It's good to see a good group. So I just wanted to pop on and kind of give you an overview of agriculture and agri-foods programs and services that we have. I won't go into all the programs and the details. Just some of them may not be relevant to the group, some of them may be a bit broad, but again, just to note that they are there, and with any of the programs and services that we talk about today, again, reach out if there's any questions, and I can certainly provide a copy of the presentation, and it has links throughout it, so at your leisure you can always go through and have a look through. So just to get started, so Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is a federal program, or federal department, sorry, and we do support the agriculture and agri-food sector across Canada with research and development as well as market development. So I'm actually with the Marketing and Industry Services branch, and we're located at the St. John's Research and Development Centre in St. John's on Brookfield Road. So also there is our research colleagues at the same center, and we're co-located with the, I guess, the Eastern office of the provincial agriculture colleagues. So I guess at the Research and Development Center, just to highlight there, you know, we do have a team of 6 scientists and their technicians, and they work in various areas on research. The focuses are there listed on the slide. And we do also collaborate with, we do have our own research, AFC, and then we also do collaborate on research projects with industry, with academia, and with the provincial government as well. I just wanted to highlight here the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. That's a mouthful, so I'm going to say SCAP, and Jonathan spoke about this in great detail. So all I'm going to say here is that, you know, in addition to the cost-shared programs that Jonathan did highlight, you know, we do have a suite of federal programs that we administer as well. So some of these are geared toward, I guess, industry associations or national industry associations to apply. And then what happens is they would run initiatives and programs and then filter it out to their members. So some of these, for instance, would be our agri-marketing program, which is geared more toward export opportunities outside of Canada. We have our agri-competitiveness program, and then under the supporting diversity and dynamic evolving sector, we have our agri-diversity program. So these are more national industry association programs where they would apply, like I said, and then run initiatives for their members to then partake in. In terms of innovation and research, we do have programs under that area called Agri-Innovate and Agri-Science, where producers, companies can apply directly. If you have a real innovative product that you're looking to commercialize, then that would be a program there. If you're looking at doing some research, you know, partnering with, say, Grenfell or something like that, then that would be an angle there as well. Again, under the federal program, there's an agri-assurance. This is as well geared to more companies who are looking to export. If they were looking at adopting different certifications to be able to get into a certain market, that would be a program there that they would look at. So in addition to these six programs, we do have our suite of business risk management programs. So these are also under the SCAP model. There's 4 that's highlighted there, and these programs essentially they help producers with kind of managing the risk associated with their operations. So we have an agri-stability program. It does protect farm against large declines, income declines, however. So the if there was a large decrease in, you know, production losses, or there were market conditions that were affecting costs and that kind of thing. And each year a producer would enroll in the program. So right now applications are being accepted for the 2026 year, and you enroll directly with our department with AFC. But there is a late participation enrollment for 2025, and that's due to the drought issues that a lot of the producers have had over or last year. So that is available as well for the 2025 year. We do have an agri insurance program. This helps reduce the financial impacts by production losses by providing affordable insurance, and you can enroll in that program directly with the province. We have an Agri-Invest program, which is a self-managed producer government savings account that help you manage smaller income declines. So you can withdraw from that account at any time. And then we also have an agri-recovery framework, which this is essentially designed to help with large disasters in sectors. So the province, the provincial governments would work with our department to come up with a framework to support industry for those kinds of matters. So just on the SCAP, so as Jonathan mentioned, this program goes until 2028, and then the next policy framework, which will be run from 2028 to 2033. So consultations have been launched for that, and producers nationally can go online and submit their comments, and this will help inform the policy and the programming that will come out of the next policy framework. So there is a link there again that'll be shared. So if any producers wanted to go on there, certainly comments are welcome. So in addition to the federal SCAP programs, we do have other sector and commodity focused programs. Again, there's quite a bit, so I won't go into detail, but available to have a chat anytime. So some of these are environmentally focused. We have a clean tech program. Now I'll just note that there's two listed there, research and innovation and the adoption. The adoption stream is actually closed. The research and innovation is still open. We have a youth employment skills program. This one is closed right now. If and when it does open, you'll see that information flow through, and we send that out broadly. So if you're looking at hiring youth for assistance on your farm over the summer, then that would be a program that you would look at. And then we have some supply manage focused programs as well. The one down there highlighted, I added that one in. This is new. It was just announced last week. So this is an agri-marketing program separate from the one I had mentioned. This is really focused on market diversification. And if companies were looking at exporting into international markets and to look at interprovincial trade as well, this would be a program that they consider for that. So in addition to the programs, I just kind of wanted to give an overview of some other areas that we do support the sector and that you may be familiar with. So we do have a Canadian Agricultural Youth Council, and the Youth Council meets regularly to discuss, youth and agriculture issues, policies, that kind of thing that are facing the sector. And we do have a representative from Newfoundland on that council, which is Emily Bland with Succeed. We do also have an Indigenous Pathfinder service with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. So this is kind of a one-stop shop, and companies can use this service to help navigate the different information and tools and supports available that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada does have. Online, we do have a slew of production tools and data that companies can go on and get access to and have a look at. There's interactive maps, there's drought information, different areas that you can input data. There's information about, soil and land resources, crop protection. So again, the link is there, and you can go in. It may be relevant to something that you'll be doing on your farm, or you will be doing on your farm. We also have a newsletter that companies can subscribe to. So it will give up-to-date information on markets, trade, any kind of science and innovation press releases, any relevant other information that would be of interest to industry. And I wanted to put this in here because this is an AgPal. It's a searchable database for different programs within, not just within AFC, but within all of the ag sector across Canada. So if you're looking at something specific for Newfoundland with a certain commodity and a certain focus, then you can use this service as well. And, just to see if there's anything, just to cover all bases, I suppose. So I hope I didn't speak too fast. That's essentially it. Happy to take any questions. Happy to talk to anybody after the presentation. Again, I just wanted to give kind of a overview of the programs and services that we do offer. Like I said, not all of the programs are relevant, but it's just good to know that they are there, and some of the services as well that may be relevant as you're getting up and running and starting your farms.
Thanks so much, Tanya. Does anybody have any questions? Just raise your hand or type it into the chat. I also added a few links to the chat there while Tanya was speaking about which a link to the page for the programs and services, and the consultation link as well for the next policy framework. So
that's great. And like I said, I can share the presentation if you wanted to send it out. It does have links throughout the presentation to all the program pages and the different services that were noted as well.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like we have any questions, so thanks so much again for your time. Really appreciate it and all the
Thanks so
wonderful
much.
resources.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hey everybody, so we'll take a short break now for about 15 minutes. We'll be back at 2 o'clock to go a little deeper into the Resilient Agriculture Landscape Program. So we'll see you then. All right, thank you. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the short break. We have two presentations left this afternoon. Earlier, Kyle and Jonathan touched on the Resilient Agriculture Landscape Program, so we're going to dig a little deeper into that now with Richard Tingsku, who is the coordinator for the program. So I'd like to welcome Richard. If you're available, we can get started. And like I mentioned earlier, if anybody has any questions, anyone new, just raise your hand, click the raise button, or type your question into the chat, and we'll get to them as soon as possible.
Okay, so we're looking at, I got a little title slide here, funding opportunities to build resilience in a changing climate. So my name is Richard Tingskow, and I coordinate the Resilient Agricultural Landscapes Program. You can reach me at my email address there, so richardtingskow@gov.nl.ca, and then my phone number is 709-632-8898. You can call me, text me, email me, and I'll do my best to make myself available to answer any questions you may have about RELP and the program that we offer there. So, the Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program, or RELP, as we like to say. Some people call it RELF, some people call me RELF. I answer to that as well. But the purpose is to increase the resiliency of our agricultural landscapes, and really to do that, we're going to accelerate the adaptation of on-farm land use management practices that maximize provision of multiple ecological goods and services. And how do we go about doing that? Well, we adopt beneficial management practices. So the objectives of the program are to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. There's no doubt that climate change is happening. It's a real thing, and it's certainly impacting the way that we're farming here in Newfoundland and Labrador. So how can we manage to continue to farm, produce food, have a profitable business? Well, there's these BMPs, or the beneficial management practices, to enhance our ecological goods and service. So the overarching idea of this is that we're going to improve soil health and sequester carbon in our soils. We'll reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we'll protect water and air quality, and support biodiversity found on landscape. So really the objectives of RELP are for healthy air, healthy water, healthy soils, and to increase our biodiversity to allow for that little bit of elasticity and resilience into our systems, because we're going to have to be able to adapt to many different things, extreme weather that have a lot bigger participation events, and also droughts. So just to kind of touch on, again, what an ecological goods and service is, it can be everything, really, and anything. What we're focusing on from an agriculture perspective is the food production, but wetlands, grasslands, forests, they all provide ecological goods and service. So these EGS are any benefit that organism within that ecosystem derives from the environment. So the reason I'm just kind of touching on this is to create a little space to get your mind wrapped around the program, the goals and objectives, and to understand some of the language that you'll find in the program guide. Now, more importantly, what makes you eligible for RELP? How are you going to be able to access the funding that we have here? So just to let everybody know that the program is accepting applications until February 23rd, 2026, which is this Monday. So the deadline for the 2026 program year, or 2026-27 fiscal year, is rapidly approaching. So please get your applications in and get your questions in today as soon as possible, because that deadline is very close. So RELP projects are eligible for $40,000 annually. An important thing here, you might have got a great presentation from Kyle earlier talking about SCAP eligibility. This $40,000 does not impact the total $400,000 that you're eligible to access under SCAP. You can apply to RELP annually. So we have this year, 26-27, and then one more year under this current framework agreement. We'll see what comes up in the future, but I'm quite optimistic that we'll have something similar in the next agreement here. So there's this year, next year under RELP as we know it, and then RELP 2 or whatever we'll call it could be a possibility to come down the pipe here. So to apply for RELP, applications must have a complete application. So you can find that on our government website, and your ADO will also have a copy of it. You can email me. I can send you a copy of the application and the program guide. When you submit, you have to give us the land title documentation, your most recent financial statements. You'll have to have a PID number because we'll be checking that. There's no problem if you don't. It's pretty easy to register. And an environmental farm plan, EFP. It's really important that you have an active EFP or else we can't come into an agreement with you. If you don't have one right now, there's no problem. As long as you've initiated the environmental farm plan, I guess, working with ALEA to get it going, we can acknowledge that, and then once it's in place, that doesn't limit you from accessing the program. So we can have multiple BMPs in RELP projects. You can have BMP 10-9, soil building, cover cropping, BMP 15. There's many in the program guide there, and you can kind of pick and choose which ones to implement on your farm to get you up to that $40,000. You don't have to ask for $40,000. We funded projects that were $8,000, $5,000, whatever fits. And I've got it bolded at the bottom of the screen here, but it says all RELP projects are assessed individually and tailored to the applicant's goals. So it's really important for you to think about what would work on your farm and how you plan incorporating these best management practices onto your operation, because we don't want to force a farm to adopt a practice that doesn't make sense just to chase money. The whole idea is to incentivize and reward you for your adoption of a practice that will have a positive impact on your agro-ecosystem. And I think pretty sure any point questions, just pop in, put your hand up or in the chat or something like that. Please feel free to fire away. So like I said, the program guide is quite extensive. It's broken down into 4 sections. The first section looks at addressing land that may be considered marginal for agriculture, cultivation, and production, and looks at adopting a management practice that will kind of take away the risks of farming there. Section 2, I think, is a little bit more appropriate for the audience today because we're young farmers, we're taking over operations, we're starting businesses. This is our enhanced cropland management section. These are the BMPs that are kind of that double-edged sword of benefiting the environment while also benefiting your production capacity and overall, I guess, production yields, possibly, while also looking at reducing costs associated with our farming activities. Section 3 is a little one and done area. That's BMP 58. That's the enhanced pasture and grassland health. You're looking to increase legume content in pasture and hay there. That one is very, very popular. We're looking at improving our forage quality, and it's a very beneficial piece for nitrogen management. And then we have our enhanced grazing management for rotational grazing at the bottom there. All right, anybody that's interested, you can find the program guide for this QR code. I tested it earlier today, so I hope it still works. But for your reference there. Okay, good. Thank you, Jonathan. It's in the chat. You can have a go at it there. So again, the sections are broken down into 4 sections here. I've kind of touched on that already. And section 2, enhancing cropland management, is really, I think, a place where we're going to be focusing on. All right. Usually, when we have more of a crowd, I can't see all of you, so I don't expect the questions here, but it's a little example of a submission time here. So a client has applied to RELP during eligible intake period, so that's something to note there. The program is open for applications because when it's closed, we don't accept applications, unfortunately. So it's really important to hit that window of the intake period. All right, but unfortunately, this application was rejected and deemed incomplete. Upon resubmission, because if you are rejected within an application window, you can resubmit. So we had a complete application, we had field maps, we had most recent financial statements. They have a PAID number, they have an environmental farm plan, and usually I'd be trying to pick on someone in the crowd who doesn't want to ask a question, but since we're online, we'll just get to the point and say land title documentation. So here's a really good opportunity to talk about what clear land title means. That's either an agriculture lease, granted land that you may own, or you can have a lease agreement for the land. In any situation where you're entering a lease agreement with another landowner, we're going to have to verify that that person leasing you the land has clear title to that land. It's very important for us to understand where this BMP is being adopted and make sure that you as the applicant do have right to enter an agreement with us in a contractual agreement to pay you for those practices. This is just another picture. I think it's in the slide twice. It's a really good example of a BMP that was implemented in an area that could also be further enhanced. We're looking at this as really close to a river system. So these buffers on the end of woodland buffers could either be protected under BMP 47. We have other BMPs that could extend them. And this field here was BMP 58, enhanced legume content, and it's a really nice contrast between the two sides of the field. The one on the left-hand side was where we had red clover planted, and then on the right-hand side, no management practice was taken on. And you kind of tell that there's certainly an enhanced forage quality, just having a quick look at it from that aerial view. Okay, I wanted to put this little slide up here because we're going to make mistakes. And the best part about it is that we here in the department are here to support you, to help you make those mistakes, but make good mistakes. And getting a tractor stuck in a bog here isn't the kind of one we want to go with, but just something to kind of hopefully laugh at the moment. So what's changing in our climate? I'm going to have to talk about what's happening here to justify the BMPs. We can kind of go through it really quickly there. It's 2:13, so we're doing good for time at the moment. All right. So any data presented here, disclaimer, it's modeled, it's projection. No one can predict the future, but we can certainly prepare for it. And there's a lot of opportunity that actually exists within the changing climate here in the province. So what is it? What can we do? Well, we can become more agile in the face of climate change by building resilience into our operational systems and agriculture lands. And how do we do that? By adapting to climate change by using these best management practices or beneficial management practices that are available to us. So just everybody knows this. I think we've all felt it. Temperature is certainly increasing. Everything's getting hotter, and that's all across the province, even up into Labrador as well. We're seeing a little bit of a change in winter precipitation where we would have had more at that time, and then the fall is actually coming up a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it's getting wetter at the wrong period of time. So daily temps are changing, precipitation and intensity is changing, maximum and average dry spells are changing. After this past year was a really good example of how water management is becoming a big issue. So there's a lot of opportunity within this program to help out, but there are certain things that don't change within the program, or not the program, within our province and our farming system as well. And that includes day length, daylight. So we're still in northern latitude. Our season temperatures are shifting, but the amount of sunshine that we get and the, I guess, cropping period doesn't change. So we're going to have to still be considerate of that. Just adopting cropping systems that are for a little bit more of a southern style, but that shift in temperature we're seeing won't always work because of photosensitive period for certain crops. The land use, though, doesn't change even though temperature does change. You can see here that the like corn heat unit suitability by 2040 will be a lot warmer for the entire province. Whereas if we go back here, actually, there we are. it doesn't change all that much based on it. So we're still dealing with the same soils, even though we're going to be in a very different situation temperature-wise. So we farm in podzolls, and they are agronomically quite unattractive, unfortunately. They're acidic with low organic matter content. They require significant enhancements. They can be moderately to well drained, so we can have good drainage, bad drainage. There can be areas where they will surface pool if they're poorly drained. The water holding capacity isn't all that great, so when we get our rain events in the early spring, it's kind of hard to hold on to that water. And we have high iron and aluminum content, which kind of messes up with some of our nutrient dynamics and cycles. So what is it can we do? Well, we have beneficial management practices. If you haven't picked up the theme here, there's certainly options. And the whole point of talking today about that is how they can be funded through our RELP program. A lot of what we're looking at enhancing here is soil organic matter. This is a fun little picture of an artist's conception of what a soil organic matter particle is. Organic matter has a high surface volume ratio, so this creates a lot of space for microbes to hang out and help us with nutrient cycling. It helps with our biodiversity in our soil systems and is a really big driver of conceptual soil health. There's multiple positive influences of increasing your soil organic matter, especially when it comes to water retention and nutrient cycling. A fun little picture here. We have a soil particle, which is either sand, silt, or clay. That creates a soil aggregate, which is organic matter, any kind of fertilizer you may apply, and our soil particles. And these create your structure, which is your water stable or water soluble aggregates that kind of build our soil up into something that will be providing the necessary functions that we desire from it. So I've kind of touched on this, soil porosity, water movement, holding capacity, and the other thing too, air. Air is really important. We don't always consider that or think about the importance of oxygen in our soils because roots are respiratory tissue and they require oxygen, as do the microbes in our soils to conduct that nutrient cycling that we really depend on, especially when we're looking at organic sourcing from green manure plowdowns and examples like that. Okay, so a little bit of example of the program here. Really interesting piece is that for certain activities, you can apply to SCAP to fund components to support your RELP project. So why do I have BMP 28 strip tillage here? It's a really good example of wanting to adopt a BMP that requires the purchase of a new implement. So we are going to adopt this practice of strip tillage to have these permanent row covers in between, but that requires this new material. You can actually apply to SCAP for funding to get this. That does not impact your RELP acreage payment, which is kind of cool. Just a little bit of strategy there. The off-CAF program does fund equipment at 100%, I believe, so that might be a better avenue to pursue that. But it's up to you how you want to access your grant money, and I would certainly encourage you to consider all the programs out there to make sure you're getting the best bang for your buck or the best, I guess, the optimal grant acquisitions. So the other thing I wanted to talk about with that is I've actually kind of lost that thought because that was really the real point I was trying to drive home there. Oh yeah, now I found it. So you're wondering, how do I actually get paid when it comes to RELP? Well, you've submitted an application, it's been reviewed, and we'll say it's been approved. At that point, it's on you to complete the project. So if that, for example, is rotational grazing, where you're going to install cross fencing onto a pasture, you have to complete that fencing project, and then you get paid for your acreage payment. What happens is I will come out and inspect the project, we'll measure it for acreage, confirm that it's on the appropriate land that had been proposed, that you have title to, that's in our contract, and then you're paid up front. So that, let's say you got that $40,000, that is actually a payment for the future to make sure you can maintain that practice you've adopted. Now, what does that mean? Well, the first year, the year that you apply, is considered your adoption year. And then in the following fiscal year, those are your compliance years. So the contracts that we draft are actually a first year where you get paid, and then a 3-year compliance term, which makes you as the proponent or the recipient of the funds responsible for maintaining that practice. So something like fencing is pretty easy because you're not going to be moving the fence, well, every year unless you have a semi-permanent structure. I'll get into the details of that. But for BMP 10 cover cropping, you're on the hook to continue cover cropping that same acreage for the next 3 years after the fact. You don't have to cover crop in the same field. We can allow you to move fields to follow rotations with crops, yet you have to maintain that same acreage. So how do you get paid? There's no invoicing. It's just the sense of project completion. And there's a lot of communication between myself as the coordinator and you as the recipients of the grant funds to make sure that the project timelines are complete and things have been carried out as anticipated. So another BMP here, BMP 15, is increasing the frequencies of perennials and annual rotations. I think this is a really good one, especially for new entrants or young farmers that are developing new land. I get a lot of questions that talk about land that I cleared this year. Am I eligible to adopt a RELP BMP on it? The short answer is no, not in this year, because we have to have a previous history of agriculture activity on that land. So here's a good way to go about it. In the year that you clear the land, I would suggest that you plant an annual forage. Something or an annual vegetable like turnip is really great on a piece of new cleared land. After that, you can transition it to a perennial. And I'm a real big fan of this because it actually helps steady the system. When you convert new land, it actually is a really good driver for a couple of years, but what's happened is you've kind of pushed that system into a state of consumption. And if it's not managed appropriately, the aggressive and intensive cropping cycles can actually deplete the land in about 3 to 4 years after. Now, if you do this, where you can cover it into a perennial crop, you're actually going to set a real stable environment where there's going to be a little bit more sequestration of carbon, roots developed, and you're going to allow that microbial system to kind of stabilize, and something that when you come back for vegetable production or whatever it may be after, it's going to produce well for a lot longer, considering compared to kind of a short burst at the start. So the example with this BMP and something to consider about RELP is that the previous land use really dictates the acreage payments. So for BMP 15, if you had grown an annual forage, for example, there, maybe a cereal rye, or even oats and peas can be considered that, your first acre would pay $4,830. Any additional acre after that would pay $1,230. And you can see over here on the other side that vegetables have a little bit of a higher payment associated with them, as that has to do with opportunity cost. The big part of RELP is paying you for the goods and services that you're providing through adopting these BMPs. Just a little bit of a note there, like the capacity of these perennials for deep root, especially alfalfa, is much greater than annual crops and even some grasses. And this is where the real carbon sequestration comes from. It's the root matter underneath. Most of the top plant matter is actually metabolized and kind of comes off as CO2, which we need that to continue the cycles for nutrient development, nutrient cycling, and just our organic matter stabilization. You kind of have to burn a little bit to keep a little bit, but these root structures are what we really look for, especially from a soil health standpoint. We're increasing your porosity, we're allowing more air in there, it's more stable, and what we're really looking for is that development of that root structure there. So BMP 9, BMP 10, just another example here of the amount of land that you'd have to use to access $40,000 in grant funds. Cover cropping and soil building, they're both very, very, very similar, slight objectives, and that's something that we could talk about when to how it actually fits with what you're working in. The cover crops can be over winter, in between crops, and are in between planted crops or full season covers. BMP 9 is very focused on soil building. A little bit of a caveat to what I had just explained previously. The nuclear land is actually eligible for RELP in Labrador exclusively. The soils are quite sandy up there. So these BMPs are a little bit of an accelerant to help get moving along there. I'm not going to spend too much time on here. There's a whole gamut of BMPs available in RELP. Wetland restoration, construction new wetlands is kind of an opportunity to work with other organizations. Ducks Unlimited Canada is really pushing to have projects here in Newfoundland that help with wetland restoration on agriculture soils. So they're a partner that could help you. They bring a lot of expertise into developing these areas, especially with buffer zones around marshes. So not only can you work with us in the department, but there's a lot of other opportunities out there to kind of leverage your RELP project into even some larger projects as well, if that's something of interest. Water retention ponds are something that I wanted to highlight here. This would be a really good example of being able to leverage SCAP funding to execute your larger project. We're looking at being able to capture water runoff. And the whole idea is that you're going to be developing a pond that's lined so that the water doesn't leach out and you can catch runoff and nutrients and then have the water available for you in those dry times. So that's all I have for you right now. I think that's about 26 minutes where we've been babbling away for. Would love to handle any questions if they're here right now. Like I said, you can email me at richardtingscow@gov.nl.ca. Phone number is 632-8898. So any questions, fire away, and thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Richard. Does anyone have any questions? Wasn't aware of the Ducks Unlimited potential partnership there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool. They're very eager to work together and get on farm. They have a really good team that's based out of PI that would come over and help with the development there. So certainly a great opportunity for someone to take advantage of if they're interested.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem like we have any questions right now, so I guess anybody who comes up with one can follow up with Richard. We really appreciate you taking the time today, Richard.
Thanks again for having me.
Thank you. Talk soon. Okay, so we'll move on to our final presentation of the day. Last but certainly not least, we'll be talking about financing opportunities with Farm Credit Canada. And we're joined by Jason Codner, the relationship manager. Sorry, my cat is trying to attack me here, so it's throwing me off guard. So we'll. I just wanted to mention too, if you haven't signed up for the FCC newsletter, I highly recommend you do that because it really helps keep you up to date on upcoming events and a lot of great articles about like short reads, longer reads. So I recommend you visit their website and do that. So welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Perfect. First off, thank you very much, Lisa and Mark, and all the young farmers that's on the call for inviting me and having me on the call today. I appreciate it. I'm just going to go through, I guess basically today my presentation will be just to give you an overview of who Farm Credit is and what we are and why we're here, and give you a few ideas about financing when it comes to your farm and so on and so forth. If there is any questions, by all means, let me know. I can answer them whenever or at the end. Just a bit about Farm Credit. Our loan portfolio is about 60 plus billion. This is all across Canada. These numbers are. We got about 103,000 customers with about 101 offices and 2,500 employees. Again, that's all across Canada. I am going to give you a little bit of stats along the way about just Newfoundland as well. Again, across Canada, our portfolio comprises of about 82% of primary agriculture production, and I'll give you a bit of what that would be in a second. And then agribusiness and agri-foods about 18%, which is growing. Actually, we're trying to get more into that as time goes. So the sectors that FCC finance, it would be basically, it's if you think of anything when it comes to agriculture, so or aquaculture, so like beef, dairy, as you can see in my slide here, pork, poultry and eggs, aquaculture, and so on. So basically, it's anything that is in the primary production in agriculture, we would be able to look at financing for it. We also finance when it comes to, for example, again, crop inputs, equipment for those operations, pet and livestock, we can certainly do that, wholesale distribution, and grain and handling. So from there, on our food and beverage side of things, this will be like our secondary processing, so to speak. We can finance around food and beverage processors, grains, seafoods, commercial bakeries, for example. Slaughterhouses is another one, transportation, just to give you a few examples. So in a nutshell, basically what farm credit would look at would be anything to do with agriculture or aquaculture in the primary or secondary processing sectors. If it goes past that, then we would not be able to look at it, just so you know. Again, just to give you a few more examples, would be like we do input financing, livestock, equipment financing. We can finance land and buildings, environmental solutions we have, and we have greenhouses. So we can basically finance anything when it comes to agriculture or aquaculture. An example of farm credit in overall from a Canadian perspective, our biggest sector would be the grains and oil seeds. That's driven from the west more so. But then here in Newfoundland, our biggest one would be poultry, would be our biggest sector here in Newfoundland. So basically needs financing, what an agriculture lender would look for when it comes to financing. Most financial institutions, we are considered a financial institution, will be similar. There may be some different things that people would look for, but this will give you a general idea of what a lending financial institution would look for here. So when it comes to it, the 5 C's is basically the biggest and probably the most important thing. What the 5 C's are is character, capacity, collateral, commitment, and conditions. So character would be based on yourself as an individual. Capacity would be your repayment to pay. Collateral would be what would we take as security. Commitments would be what are you committed to be doing, your repayment history, that type of thing. And conditions would be any type of trends, economic trends, how the market is, environmental impacts, that type of thing that could have effects on your business. There's 5 secrets to successfully obtaining a loan, and I'm going to go through them here with you now and share them with you. So the biggest one, or one of the biggest ones, secret one, would be a plan, the business plan. I'm going to speak a little bit about it, but I'm not going to go too much in detail because I know Anne-Marie Whalen spoke about that in detail, very significant detail earlier this morning. But basically, your business plan is one of the important things that you would need to have when you come to somebody to look for a loan. We do have a business planning template on our website at fcc.ca/business plan. It just gives you a sample business plan there as well. And I know, again, Anne-Marie spoke about a lot of that this morning. But that's just an example that we do have them on our website as well. Secret 2, the Credit Bureau. So this is just a summary here of what your credit score is. To give you an example, excellent will be 750 and above. Good. These are according to our standards as well, because a lot of different institutions has different standards. Good would be about 700 to 749. Fair is at 650 to 699. Poor is 550 to 649. And bad is 550 and below. Oh, sorry. If I can go back here. We would consider a loan for anyone that would be, depending on how fair you are, and greater. If you are in the poor and bad, we definitely wouldn't look at you. But the fair, we may. So just credit bureau, to give you an example of a credit bureau. I don't know if you can read this or not. But at the beginning or the top of your credit bureau will be your name, address, that type of thing of who you are. Underneath that right here will be your credit score. Then it would lead into the number of inquiries that you did during the year or previous years as well. And then it got your employment, and then it goes along with your trade information. So that's where it'll list your credit cards and so on and so forth right there. That's just an example of a credit bureau for you. 5 factors that impact your credit score would be your payment history. It takes 35% of your credit score into effect. Credit utilization. So what that means is if you have a credit card with a $10,000 limit and you have it to the max, then you're utilizing 100% of your credit availability. That factors into your 30% of your score. Length of credit history. So what that would mean is the longer you have a credit card or a line of credit or whatnot, it improves your score. But again, you don't want to keep it maxed out. That's about 15%. New credit applications is about 10% of your score, and the amount and variety of lenders is another 10%. So what that means is you don't want to have too many lenders that you owe money to, but also the quality, which what I mean by that is one of your 5 main banks, Oz would be fine, but then when you get into your Simply Financial and stuff like that, they're a poor type, I guess a Class B lender. So you want to try to get it with one of the main banks. How important is your credit score? Your credit score is very important. So you want to basically keep your credit score up, would be to pay your bills in full. Make sure if you can't pay it in full, make sure you at least pay the amount due on the date that it's due. Again, don't use all of your credit. Use less than 50% if you can. When I say keep all accounts open, it's just because the longer you have it, the better your credit history shows. Just so you know, check your credit report. It's good to do that once a year, every so often. Don't do it too often because it could lower your score, but it's still good to do just to make sure that there's nothing on there that you didn't apply for and something like that. So minimize the amount of credit cards that you do have. If you can only get away with one, you're better off using one. Vary your borrowing. So again, car loan, credit card, mortgage, line of credit. They're all different types of loans which would help you build your credit bureau. Again, you need to make sure you pay them all on time. Avoid applying for too many loans. So one of the biggest ones there would be if you go and apply for a car loan and you go to different dealerships, sometimes the dealerships, every time you go in, they pull your credit bureau. It's not good. That's a credit hit against you, and it's not, basically is not good to lower your credit score. Show sustainability. When I say this, I know people move and things happen and all that, but the longer that you can stay at the same address, stay at the same job, all that, it shows stability, and it shows that you're in the same place, you're not moving around, so it helps. That also do help with your credit score. Secret number 3, education and training. And that's what this call was about today as well. We heard about the SCAP and the RELP and all that. I know they're not really training, but there is training involved in underneath all of those. You can apply for learning, keep your learning always going and your education so you can keep learning how to move your farm forward. So managing your farm finances, trusting your gut is good, but knowing your numbers is always way better. So what that means is you know your farm, but know your numbers. So know how you can make your payments, know where your payments are coming from for the next month, and so on. FCC and BDO basically have advisors to help with that as well. Or we have people there that can help answer questions. There's courses that you can certainly do to understand your numbers and analyzing your statements and stuff like that as well. So there are courses out there, there are departments out there that can help you always continue learning and know your numbers. Secret 4 is the programs and subsidies. Again, that's the similar to touch on with the SCAP, the PAP programs, the RELP programs, all of those that are out there. Just so you know, and we do have a sustainable investment as well for different sectors. It's not for all sectors, but it's for different sectors that can apply and qualify for them. Secret 5 is one, I don't want to say it's the most important one, but it's a pretty important one when it comes to it, when you're looking at finances. We don't always necessarily take that if you get a guarantee, we're not always going to say we can do a loan, but depending on the strength of your guarantee would help you qualify for a loan. The sales price and what the sales price balance means is make sure that you are paying what you feel is worth what you're paying for. So if you're paying for a piece of land, make sure it is what you think that it would be worth. Other ways that would help you get a loan with us, you could get a bridge loan because we can finance up to 75 or 80% of the purchase price. So we would require a down payment. You could certainly apply for a bridge loan with us or another financial institution. The love money part means that you would have your own money to put into this. You could get a personal loan from someone, a friend, a relative, or something like that to go towards your down payment when you come look for financing. Now I'm just going to talk about a little bit about understanding debt and cash flow here. So cash flow is basically king. I'm sure everybody heard that statement before. So the more cash you have, the better it is. You don't want to leave yourself short when it comes to cash because you don't know what's going to come up. So it's important that you do get loans when you do qualify for them and use loans wisely towards that because, again, you want to make sure you have enough cash flow. So, oh, sorry. So basically, knowing your numbers is a very important part. The biggest thing is know your numbers, know where your revenue is coming from, know what expenses you have, how you're going to cover those expenses, and so on. So I'm just going to go over a few products, just to give you a few examples of a few products that we do offer at Farm Credit, which are so a flexi loan, an advancer loan. So a flexi loan basically gives us the option that if you do have hard times during a year, we can do payment deferrals and so on and so forth easily enough. An advancer loan is a line of credit that you would be used for capital purchases, that type of thing. It will be an interest only as long as we have the right security. Another example of a loan would be a start now, pay later loan. That just gives you a few years of interest relief or minimal payments that you can pay. Young Farmer Loan is a product that we can waive fees and you would have preferred interest rates. A transition loan is a interesting loan. The seller needs to agree to the transition loan, but basically we can do it then without having a down payment as long as the farm can afford the amount of loan, and it basically helps to transition the farm from one generation to the other. There are many more loans that we do have. I just picked those ones to give you an example. So again, the young farmer loan, we have special interest rates, no loan processing fee. The conditions for that is you have to be under 40. The maximum we can do on those is up to 2 million. I know that sounds like a lot, but it depends on what type of operation you're looking to get into. If it's over 2 million, we can do 2 million on the young farmer, but then the rest would be on a separate loan type product. And then we have a 1-year subscription for free to our Ag Expert bundle, which is like an accounting platform and it manages your fields for you. FCC transition loan, again, it's no down payment needed. As long as its cash flow can still afford the amount of loan that it's looking for. Full payment of the sale proceeds is guaranteed, so we guarantee the seller the amount that the purchase price is for. We can still have flexible payment options with that, and it allows customers to transition their operation from one generation to the other. How the transition loan works is the seller FCC guarantees the payment according to a timeline. So they may want their down payment or their money back in 5 years or 10 years, which we can guarantee that. FCC adds a loan for the buyer, and the buyer pays either interest only or they can pay principal and interest. And I'll give you a few examples of that as well. The biggest thing, though, again, is the purchaser and the seller needs to agree, mainly the seller, that the transition and they are willing to take the money over a certain length of time instead of it all in one lump sum. Benefits to the buyer is no down payment required again. You can choose between equity builder or cash flow, which that was the interest only or principal and interest. And again, I'll show you an example in just 1 second about that. And then you'd have access to the Ag Expert bundle for 1 year as well. Benefits to the seller, again, it guarantees full payment. So if the seller is worried that they're not going to get their money, well, we as Farm Credit guarantees to the seller that they will receive the full purchase price of the farm. They'll receive payments over time, so either 2, 3, 5, up to a maximum of 10 years. And they could take advantage of tax savings on that potentially. They'd have talked to their accountant to make sure, but it would be because they're not receiving the full money up front and they're receiving it over a certain length of time. So basically that's where that is. So now I'm just going to show you an example, 2 examples of how the transition loan works. It'll give you an idea. If we have a farm and they want to sell for $5 million, just picked an arbitrary interest rate of 5%, amortized over 25 years. For 10 years, we dispersed $500,000, which means in 10 years, we'd have the $500,000 dispersed. If you go with the transition loan, because we're only dispersing $500,000 each year for the first 10 years, When you go on full repayment, you actually will only have 18 years left to repay instead of a regular standard loan, which would be 25 years. So it'll actually save you 7 years off the loan if you took the payment to keep the payment option the same. So basically, over the whole time of interest, you'd save yourself $2.7 million in interest on that example. I know it's a large amount, but just to give you an example. Another example would be $100,000, $1 million story farm at 5% over 25 years, disbursements of 5 because the seller says they want 500,000 in year 1, 200,000 in year 2, and then 100,000 in year 3 and 5. So we can finance the full purchase price of $1 million for you, and then basically with the transition loan, it'll be 23 years. The standard loan will be 2 years. You're saving yourself 2 years off of it, and you're saving yourself roughly $168,000 if you did that. We do have accounting programs, which is called Ag Expert. There is normally a fee for that, but it's a way that you can manage your farm, plot out which fields are what. It keeps track of what you did from year to year, and there is an accounting software program that's built into it as well. FCC knowledge basically is you want to visit our website for any other knowledge. We do have newsletters, like Mark said at the beginning. There are podcasts there. There's videos there. We do have articles. It's just a website there that you can go onto the knowledge side of it, and it'll just help you with possibly any questions that you could have about farming and whatnot. Something that's very brand new to us as well is we have Root AI, and a website for that is fcc.ca/root. And what that is, it's an AI tool that was created by Farm Credit for farmers that you can go on and you can ask questions, and there's, I guess, a AI in the background that will be able to answer those questions for you. Basically, anything that you would need to know, it'll be there to help you with farming. My name is Jason Codner again, and it's my contact information is jason.codner@fcc.ca. My local phone number is 709-682-1356. You can certainly call this number here as our 1-800 number. This is our website right here as well.
Thanks, Jason. We do have one question here in the chat from Lucas. What products does FCC offer that new farmers or startup farming businesses would qualify for? I guess.
Yeah. So that's a tough question, what you'd qualify for. And what I mean by that, it would all depend on each individual farmer and farm application. Each individual person on a standalone basis. But with that being said, as long as it's to do with agriculture or aquaculture in the primary or secondary processing, we can and we will look at it. To get into products, it's hard to say, because if you're looking for construction, we can do construction loans. If you're just looking for an input loan for crop inputs, we can do that too. If you're looking to buy cattle, we can do loans for that. So we would have to look at your business plan and what you're intending to do and assess it on an individual basis and make sure that you would qualify based on, when we look at your business plan, again, what you're looking to do, and also the revenue expenses that's associated with what you're looking to do. I'm not sure if that answers your question or if you want to get more specific into products, but really and truly, any product could fit depending on what you're looking to do. Did that
Thanks for
help
that.
any, or?
Yeah, I think so. Are you
Perfect.
happy with that answer, Lucas? And I did include some links here in the chat while Jason was presenting. So there's you'll see the agricultural financing options, the downloadable business plan template, and the sustainability incentive program. But of course, visit the website and have a look around, and or follow up with Jason if you need more information about anything.
Exactly. Yep. Appreciate it.
Does anybody have any any other questions? Okay, I don't think so.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark.
All right, thanks so much, Jason. Appreciate it. See you soon.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions for anybody in the meantime, reach out to them individually or follow up with myself or Lisa, and we'll direct you in the right direction or answer it ourselves. And we wish you all the best with your farming journey. I know a few of you on here are already farming, but there's some newer members here as well, which is great to see. So take care, and thanks again.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.